Thank you guys so much for being here. Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the Business of Beauty Global Forum 2024, live from Napa Valley, California. Are you guys ready for today? I mean, it's a full slate. And I think it's going to be 90 degrees here today. So you got your hats, you've got your sunscreen on. You ready? I'm Priya Rao, Executive Editor of The Business of Beauty. This morning, we go deep inside the beauty industry, meeting the founders and executives at the sharp end of innovation, growth, and creativity. But just where is that hypergrowth coming from? How are brands future-proofing their identities and business models? And how are deal makers identifying the next big thing? Our speakers in this morning's session will answer all of these questions and more, revealing the strategies that are propelling their businesses forward. Before diving in, I wanted to welcome everyone joining us on the live stream from all around the world. Please introduce yourselves in the chat window and let us know where you're joining from today. So let's get started. The beauty industry isn't short on ambitious founders or brands who are ready to disrupt the status quo. But just how long does it take to build a forever brand? This is a question I ask a lot. Consumer love runs deep, and digital tools make it seemingly straightforward to scale. But there are hazards all around. Too many brands make the mistake of overextending, taking on too much money too early, or entering retailers too fast, putting their long-term viability at risk. First up, Priya Venkatesh, Global Chief Merchandising Officer at Sephora, and founder Danessa Myricks, makeup artist and founder of Danessa Myricks Beauty, join me to explore what speed and scale actually look like. Please welcome Danessa and Priya. Thank you. So you guys have some big fans in the room, and you have a lot of insight to share. But Priya, I'd love to start with you. You know, there is so much competition in beauty. I mean, we talk about this every year. More brands, more retailers, more people trying to play in this space. But the cycle to launch and exit has gotten so much shorter. I mean, I think a few years ago it was maybe 10 years, 8 years. Now I see brands transacting in 4, one transact in 3, 2. K18 transacted in 4, I think that's right. Why do you think the cycles have gotten so compressed?
Yeah, I mean, the cycles have definitely gotten compressed. And one of the major reasons, honestly, is TikTok. I mean, there are few things happening, right? One is the reach is expanding. So it's almost like a simple equation of sorts. There is a higher reach. TikTok's going international, many global markets, millions of people. Content, like one content goes viral, many more content creators are creating equally compelling content. So you've got a high volume of content going to a lot of places. And you also have like, you know, the funnel, the awareness funnel, like, you know, the marketing teams used to present this pretty little funnel of awareness, conversion, that's gone. I mean, it's happening in 30 seconds, like, you know, awareness, conversion, but it's insane. So, and for us, we see that the conversion happening online and in stores too. Like they watch the TikTok, everyone's coming into the stores with phones, and our beauty advisors are like the biggest beauty junkies. So they are very up and about on all the latest trends. The brands do a good job training them. So they have the training and the TikTok, and the conversion is happening in stores, online. So yeah, I think that it's shorter, and also records are being made. It's like an Olympic sport. I tell the team, stop putting these records on weekly recaps. Every week there's a new record. Like we've never seen it. So it's not just it's fast, but we're also breaking record. We've never had such a big makeup brand. We've never had this kind of business done on lip balms. We've never seen liquid blush. There's just records upon records. So yeah, it's an exciting time. It's like the Olympics in beauty every day, all day.
I like that. Tell me what you're hearing from founders entering Sephora, because I mean, I think nowadays people are launching online and in retail the very same day. So are they talking to you about, hey, I want to open in all doors. I want to be in Japan. I want to be in India. I want to exit in 2 years. Like, what is their, like, come to Jesus when they're coming to you?
I think, we see all all shades of the rainbow. I've certainly these days, I think, financing and all of that has come a long way. So I think it depends on the founder and the brand. What I will say is for Sephora, we're in the long game. So it takes a lot. We're not a cheap date. I think a lot of people who work with us in this audience will agree. So I don't think we don't take brands on who come and say, your exit is not my problem. We're here to create value for our customers and excitement. So that's what we're about. So I will say on two things. Yeah, for doors, it's really, look, there are a lot of doors and doors are expensive. So we try to marry the unsexy part of all of this is you got to look at, can you support hundreds of doors with training, fixtures? If you have a problem with some of your products, it's life, it happens. Sometimes there's contamination, you got to recall products from all stores. So we kind of see a readiness test, like is there enough air in the tires, like for you to go to all stores, cost, team, is there enough demand, is there enough, because ultimately it's a demand supply game, is there enough demand for us to put that kind of supply out there, and then we make a decision that's right for us, for the business, for the consumers, and we try to find brands who are aligned with those values. And the same goes for markets as well, which we can talk about later.
Danessa, I'd love to switch to you. You've been in this game for a long time.
I'm old, yeah.
You don't look it, obviously. But tell me about you entering Sephora, because it was a very conscious decision for you. You obviously had a long career as a professional beauty artist and worked with many other brands. And when you were building this brand, I know, and I don't know if y'all know, you're very conscious about who you went with, how many SKUs you brought in, and how many doors you went in. Will you talk us through that?
Yeah, it was very interesting. I would have to say that I was really afraid to enter stores, right? Because, everyone has heard before, you're going to enter one of those stores and you're going to go there to die, right? Because you don't know what to expect and it's expensive, as Priya mentioned. This is true. We've all heard that. So it was very scary for me, but I think what's important is having the right partner. When I think about the retailers that approached us, it's kind of easy to see like who was in it, who wasn't a cheap date and who was. We had 400 SKUs. When we launched at Sephora.
And this was D2C.
This is our D2C. We had 400 SKUs, a little over 400 SKUs. And so as people were courting the brand, there was a lot of different ways we can go. People were like, I want the whole thing. And then there were other people who were like, after 2 years of courting, wanted to take 6 SKUs, right? So I think it's really important. The partnership is really important. Going with somebody who really knows who you are, believes in who you are, and is in it for the long haul. I think it was very interesting, our life cycle at Sephora, because those early conversations were very important. And I think of this whole thing as like dating. Like, we're married. Right? We are married. And people will tell you who they are right from the beginning. Yeah. And when I think about the conversations that I had with Sephora in the beginning, it was like, I understand what's happening for you in your world for D2C, but this is a new space. And I think that was an important learning for me. Like, I'm marrying into their family, their home. It's their audience, it's their customers, it's their experience, right? And so it's this really delicate balance of being who you are, maintaining who you are, but you're living in someone else's house, right? And so for me, I'm like, no, take everything. This is who I am. I want to be able to show this and that. And they're like, you know what, you want to be careful because you take everything and you can lose everything too, right from the beginning. So it was really a partnership of like, this is what I need in terms of SKU count to represent like who I am as a brand and for people to understand our storytelling and, us kind of aligning on that. It was really lovely that they thought about us in terms of, okay, we want you to move slowly. But we also want to remain open to be reactive, based on how things go. So we launched, I believe it was in February, on .com. And then because of our success in that first month, we quickly moved to the next big thing and did very well. So very quickly, we were able to move into gondolas. In the same year, we had this transition. And it was really about, okay, well, how much can you actually support?
How
financially?
Much could you support?
Yes. And I think that without that partnership, without that communication, it could have went really, really wrong.
Talk to us more on a human level. How humbling was that? I mean,
Yeah.
going from 400 SKUs to how many was it at the end of the day when you first
I think
launched?
we launched it a little over 100, but it was like, no, we don't like that.
He didn't say it.
No, I didn't say that. No. That's not exactly how it happened. No, oops. That's what happens when that's not exactly how it happened. It was like, okay, you have 100 shades of pink. Because that's just who our brand is. We have this really broad expression of color and texture. And they were like, do you really need 100 or can we do 2? Can we do 2? So that's really what it was like. And my favorites were not their favorites.
Right.
I'm like, no, people love this here. Like, I don't know if this is gonna resonate with our customers. So there was a lot of that. Yeah, it made my stomach hurt a little bit. It made me sad that I had to only bring some children to the party and not others. And I was worried about what would happen to the rest of the SKUs if it's not in store. It was like all of those things.
But there were things that you convinced Priya and the Sephora team to take chances on, because you had the D2C data. Tell me about, the eyeshadows, because I know the Chrome FX was something that, you guys didn't necessarily play with. And I've heard this story with Gila and Sol de Janeiro and body mist. You guys didn't sell body mist. And then look how that's turned out.
Yeah.
So how do you convince someone to say, like, hey, you need to take this chance. You need to believe me, to trust me.
I mean, first you have to kind of show and prove. Like, because if we weren't selling anything, they would have been like, I don't care. Like, we're not taking it. But I think it's also really knowing who you are. And like, I know the identity of our brand and what our customers want. What's great, again, is back to this partnership because they listen. It's like a husband and wife, like, honey, this is what I need in order for this relationship to be successful. And they were like, okay, I love you, let's try it. But, I'm really grateful because, we were new and we had these products that were so different than what's in the environment of Sephora. Like, there was nothing in Sephora that looked like these products. So it was a risk on both ends, but I believed. And I'm grateful that they said yes, because in that year that they took on these SKUs that they really weren't into in the beginning, we grew 250% that year in Sephora.
Amazing.
Right, and so without good partnership, thank you. Just having a great partner.
Let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about investors. Because Vanessa, you were obviously bootstrapped for a while, and then you took on funding from VMG.
Yes.
But, investors have a playbook. They want to do certain things. They think you are ready based on maybe what other brands have done things before. What, 2 bay, 3 bay, next big thing. So how do you balance that partnership with what, say, Priya, and Priya, I would love to hear your opinion on this, what you think about this. There's a push and pull. Like, how do you make both people happy? And if they're saying you're not ready, but then, Robin from VMG, I don't know where you are, is saying you are, what do you do?
I mean, again, it's picking great partners. I have to say, I think it's about remembering like why they chose you in the beginning, right? And what we were doing and what was working at that time point. When we got our funding from VMG, it was interesting because initially we weren't even looking for funding. But somebody explained to us, if you don't get funding, like, you're in trouble. You're not going to be able to scale. So I'm glad that we got ahead of it. But in all the people that we spoke to, you can kind of tell just right in the beginning, like, what their expectations are. The reason why VMG was really important for us and the best decision we could have ever made is because they allowed us to be us. And they're never telling us what to do. They're never telling us what to do. They're just fueling what we're doing well. And I think that was what was important about getting funding at that time, is that we didn't change anything that we were doing as a brand. We just amplified it with new team and funding for new gondolas and so on. And it really is, it's not just about the funding and it's not just about the partnership with Sephora. It's like how all of these things are working together. Because if Sephora was not willing to allow us to move in our journey for gondolas and store door expansion and all of that faster, the money would mean nothing, because what are we doing with it, right? So it's like this perfect timing of having the right team, the right partnerships, the right space and positioning conversations, and having the money available at the same time. And somebody who's willing to be patient with that growth. And BMG is definitely, you know, that group. I love them so much. Not just because Robin's in the room, it's because, you know, they're allowing us to be us and grow at our own pace. Yeah.
Priya, you've obviously seen this story play out in many different ways.
Yep.
What do you do when a brand comes to you and says, hey, my investors are saying I should be in 400 Urs or I should be in India? Or like, how do you balance that?
I mean, listen, I think there's one boss here, and that's really the customer. And, you know, so it is about, is there enough demand? Is the brand ready or not? And we really try and simplify our decision-making process to those things. And we try and be good about giving the whys and hows. And like for international, it's quite complex. Like we are one of the few retailers that has quite a big global footprint. We're in most major prestige markets. And so, but it's not about getting Danasa or any other brand to go all markets, like it's not that. It's really, so we formed this global team even, like so we can kind of take brands on this sort of a flight path, like who's ready for where, when. And ultimately, I care that the brand is super healthy at Sephora. So that means, is your home market secure? So you need to be beating Sephora growth or at least at Sephora growth in your home market. Your teams need to be good. You need to be shipping us right. Take care of the home market stores, all of that. And then we can talk about, okay, what are the markets right for you? Where are some brands have famous founders, big Instagram, where is the demand coming from? Mm-hmm. Then we're like, let's pick those markets. And then we make sure the brand is ready for that. They have the teams. I mean, I can say this 5,000 times, it's really the teams that make the brand. Like, I'd like to think we don't bring in brands that don't have great product. Every brand has great founders, products. We don't bring them in, we don't believe that. But really, the brands that make it to the top, I think, have great teams, and the execution is what makes it happen. So we want to make sure that is there, and we guide them on this flight path. So we give them all the rationale, and ultimately, we try and do a good job of picking brands who have investors and the values are aligned. And, you know, most of the time that's the case, but sometimes it's not. And then they disagree, they expand, and they shrink. You know, the various outcomes in retail. Like, you can reduce your footprint with us, you can leave us, you can expand with us, you can flourish with us, you can maintain this, you know. We're a big retailer, and all of those outcomes happen. But honestly, to go back to the marriage analogy, when founders ask me, I'm like, pick an investor who's aligned with you on your values. It's not just about money. So, you know, make sure you know what you want to do. Do you want to work? Do you want to retire? Do you want to sit on a beach? Some founders really think that's what they want, but then they're on a beach and they're like, no, I actually I love what I did. I miss my day job. And so I'm like, think about that before and find the right retail partner, the right investor. All of that is super important.
Do you think that changes over time, though? You know what people want? Because you could say, hey, I want to exit in 4 years, but then you do, and you're like, wait, I want to be a founder again. I want to be involved. Yeah. I want more.
I mean, it happens, but it's a hard, once you take certain decisions and go, it's hard to come back. But we see some founders back in the game. They're retired and they're like, I told they don't like the beach as much as they thought they would. So they come back. We're too fun. They miss us, so they come back.
I often hear this, and I would love to know if this is true from both of your perspective. Do you really believe there's one shot? Like when you go into retail, whether it's Sephora, whether it's Ulta, whether it's Target, it seems like there's really just one shot to get it right. But I could be wrong.
I mean, you're asking me. I mean, I think from a founder perspective, you kind of know when it's your moment. Your audience is telling you, this is your time, all the stars are aligning. And it's kind of like that scene on My Best Friend's Wedding with Julia Roberts when she could have told him that I loved you and she let the moment pass, right?
Yes.
I feel like that. I feel like, I've been working on this brand for 20 years. It's 20 years of my life. And then everything starts to happen right now, and at this moment, and it's for a reason. It's the time that you spent nurturing your audience, and it's how they're feeling about you and how things are resonating. It's like this perfect storm. And I do believe that, when you feel it in your gut, you have the right partner, you have the right funding, you have the right product, you have all these right things. Now is the moment. I really do feel like that. So the answer Short answer, like, yeah.
You heard it here.
Yeah.
You know, this is something I talk a lot about, obviously, with y'all and then many of the strategics. But this idea of a forever brand, a great brand, what's going to last? How long does that take? And how long does it take to maintain that? Because there were great brands in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and then there are brands that you kind of forget about. So what do you think? Is there a time limit?
I don't think there's a time limit. I think if you're a forever brand, your work, you do it every day. I mean, there are brands we care like Dior, Chanel, Shiseido, what do they say, 100 years old. You're still talking about, you got to keep the essence of who your brand is, why you're adding value, why you got into the business in the first place, what people love about you, but it has to keep evolving, Like we have brands, like I said, like I've been in meetings with Dior, they're still evolving their story, who they are, and your job's never done because times change and you got to keep evolving. So, and it's about getting the balance right, about all this virality that's happening is very exciting, but the great brands, the forever brands, balance it with the out of home and traditional media, like in-store training, product quality, all of that. It's just a really, you need to get the balance right, and it takes forever to make a forever brand is my answer.
Tadesse, you're still very early in your cycle as a brand founder, although you've been doing this forever. Is there anything, but you've had incredible success. I think we can all acknowledge that. But is there any advice for other entrepreneurs? So we have the amazing finalists here this weekend, or this week. What advice would you give for them? Because it's such a fast game, but it's also very, like Priya said, a forever game.
I think it's a few things. I would say know who you are. I think that's something that I have to always come back to because it's very easy to be distracted because there's lots of shiny things and exciting growth on different brands and products that are doing extremely well and viral moments and all of those things. But you'll only find the success that you're looking for when you lean in deeper to who you are. And just be more of that, so to stay close to that. And I would also say not to compare your beginning to somebody else's middle or their end, because that happens often. So as you're looking at that shiny thing, just take into consideration everything that person or that brand had to do to get there. People call me an overnight success. I'm 54 years old and I've been doing this since I was 30, right? But they just got to know me. Right, and so I think just to keep that perspective and to run your own race, I think it's really important.
Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2024 is shaping up to be one of the most dynamic deal-making years ever. We're seeing more brands exploring their strategic options, including potential IPOs and acquisitions, leading to potential, even more potential, bidding wars between acquisitive buyers. But strategic buyers and private equity firms are not a sure thing either, and they are also adopting more selective strategies. To walk us through the future of deal-making, Imran will now be joined by Vinette Ho, Managing Director and Head of the Beauty and Personal Care Practice at Raymond James. Please welcome Imran and Vinette.
Whoops, that's yours.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Priya. Welcome, Vinette.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We had the pleasure of sitting together last night at dinner, and it's just really been fascinating for me to see the dynamism in the M&A market in the beauty industry. I was thinking back to like the last 12 months. You had these like massive mega deals. The Creed deal, Kering acquired Creed for like $3.8 billion. Aesop was acquired by L'Oreal for $2.5 billion. And then as the year picked up, it was like tick, tick, tick. And there was like every few weeks, it was like there was another big deal. Before we look ahead at the future of deal making, can you just unpack the dynamic that contributed to this deal making fever that we saw last year?
Absolutely. So I think as we think about M&A and why does M&A happen and when does M&A happen, I think you look at an industry and you say M&A happens when there's a fundamental change in the consumer, that the consumer needs and the consumer wants are something that, for example, the strategics today don't have. And so every time there's a change in the consumer, an evolution of a consumer need or want or expectation, M&A kind of has to become a necessity for large strategics to look at. So, right now, and we heard a lot about it today, and we've been hearing a lot about it, the consumer, she and he, they're changing what they expect from their brands, what they expect from their experiences, how they engage. And, these are qualities of brands that a lot of the big companies, they don't have the ability to incubate internally. They don't have the ability to sort of come up with something. It really comes honestly from the hearts of founders, and it comes from private companies. And so as a result, M&A becomes really, really necessary.
So for example, last year when we saw this heating up in the fragrance sector, everyone was talking about fragrance, right? What was going on in the fragrance category that these big strategic companies couldn't find or couldn't build on their own?
Yeah, fragrance is one of the most exciting categories, I think, out there today, because I would say about 5 years ago from where I sat, everyone's like, you had color cosmetics, you had skincare, you had hair care, and nobody bought fragrance. That was kind of the idea. But the reality is, I think that particularly the fragrance industry has really skyrocketed in the last few years because a younger generation is coming in and seeing fragrance as a method of self-expression. You have consumers that traditionally were not viewed as fragrance consumers, i.e. particularly in China, suddenly coming in and saying, I want to engage with fragrance in a way. And it became just a really huge mainstay and broadened the scope from being this like niche luxury item to really an accessible item for a lot of people. And you have a lot of different companies like Gila's company, which are really democratizing fragrance for a new generation. And so there's so much to do right now in fragrance, and it's something we're watching a lot.
All right. So last night, towards the end of dinner, we were talking about a shift in the M&A market. There's a cyclicality in this dynamic that we see around M&A, which is really, a fundamentally rooted in supply and demand. So, when you see the M&A market heating up, everyone's like, oh, maybe this is my moment, right? Paint a picture for us of what the next 12 months looks like. Can we expect to see the same kind of deal flow? Are we going to see these huge valuations now that so many more brands are looking for their ideal acquirer?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question because I think you have the backdrop of this being a very M&A centric kind of industry at the end of the day, where a lot of the change and a lot of things for everyone comes from deal making, and that's what makes my job so fun and dynamic. At the same time, I think we're always very aware that when you think about a large strategic, when you think of the L'Oreal's, Estée Lauder, Shiseido's of the world, and think about what they're trying to do, none of them actually physically have to do a deal at any point, right? They've got lots of different uses of their capital. Do they spend hundreds of millions of dollars investing in their own brand and own marketing? Do they try to incubate a brand? Do they return their money to the shareholders? So that threshold, we love our private equity friends, and private equity does deals for a living. Strategics have got a lot of other things to do in their day. And so the other thing that we say is that most of the strategics will tell you that every year they get hundreds, if not 1,000 memorandums and companies coming to them and saying, I want to be acquired, or will you look at me? And in a good year, they'll maybe do 1 or 2 deals. And so the question is how does a company become that one company that gets acquired? And that's our challenge, and that's why we do what we do. But you also have this interesting thing right now where you have so many companies that are doing really, really well that on paper look like incredible candidates. But because there have been quite a few deals in the last few years, because there's some disruption in the lives of some of the bigger companies out there, whether it's restructurings, refocusings, deals that they've already done, IPOs, take privates, name it, it makes for a really, really interesting environment like sitting here today.
So is that another way, Vinette, of saying you forecast a slowdown in the amount of deals that we'll see this year in the next 12 months or so?
I don't think you'll see like a tremendous slowdown in number of deals. I think we're hopeful, but it's the conversion rate. I think that's what we sort of think about. How do you get to be that one company that gets acquired? That bar is so much higher, and people are really, because of everything that's happened in the last few years, everyone's getting really, really careful about what brands they get behind, how to acquire something. It is a very, very concerted thought process on behalf of the big strategics today.
So, said differently, there's a lot more companies in the market right now looking to be acquired. So there's a lot more competition to be that one deal.
I didn't think so.
Which is kind of the reverse of what maybe happened last year. And so we saw those super high valuations last year. I remember people really raising their eyebrows at especially the Creed deal and the Aesop deal, like just the scale of money that was required to kind of win the competition. So is it more of a buyer's market now?
It is, but I think the best companies and the best brands are still going to trade for the best valuations because there's a scarcity value that's out there. When you look at Creed, when you look at Aesop, when you look at Paula's Choice, when you look at a lot of these brands, these are companies that have been around for 15, 25, 35 years. This overnight success thing, while there's certainly brands that sell for, at earlier stages, there's something to be said about being battle tested and being able to evolve with the times while still staying true to your core. And so I think for those brands that trade and those brands that sell, I think we'll still see great valuations because great brands and great businesses still deserve those valuations. I think it's just, how do you get there?
Okay. We've talked a lot about the strategics as like the main focus for a lot of founders. It's their dream to be acquired by these prestigious conglomerates, L'Oreal or LVMH or Kering or whatever it may be. How is it that you advise founders as they think about their options between a strategic investor and a private equity investor?
Yeah. Every single case is different. There's no blanket answer for any company at any point in time, and that answer changes depending on where a company is in its development and what its needs are. Obviously, when you think about the private equity world, the objective is to get a partner, help shore up some operations. Private equity has a sort of anywhere from a 3 to 7 year hold period, but there's an expectation of another trade, and oftentimes companies are at a point in their trajectory where they need support, and having a great partner by their side and capital gets them to that point. And then the strategic dream is obviously the strategic dream. And so I think when you think about an exit, private equity in the job every day, trying to do deals, trying to find great companies. Strategics looking for sort of more permanent homes and places to go. But I think what Danessa and Priya were talking about in terms of what is the partner? What are you looking to do? Are you aligned? All of that is really, really important. And it's really hard to do in the structure of a deal or a process or the kinds of processes that we run. I sometimes make the silly analogy that my job sometimes feels like The Bachelor. Like you're just like, hey, here's a speed date, here's a sim, we have a management presentation. You're going to sign up and be partners with someone, but you've only met them 3 times, so now it's time to get married. That's not how it should work, right? It's not how it should work, and isn't always. Sometimes it works and it's fine, but we really advise companies and the people we're really grateful to work with to really think about what they're looking for, to get to know people over a stretch of time, so that when you are ready to do that deal or you are ready to actually engage, you've got a sense, you've known people, you sort of have a familiarity, and it also goes for the other side that they feel like they know you and you can have a better alignment from the beginning.
Right, so basically, as a founder, get to know a lot of the potential acquirers, whether they be on the private equity side or the strategic side, so that when you're ready, it's not like you're going on speed dates really quickly. You already have a sense of not just who might be interested in your company, but who has that shared set of values that Priya was talking about earlier, which is so important as you think about, as a founder myself, I think when you've worked so hard to build something, Danessa said she's worked on this business for 20 years. Like, the last thing you want is for your brand to end up somewhere where it can't have a long-term home where you feel like it's going to be safe and well taken care of.
Totally.
The money of the exit is important, but also the long-term future of your brand and all of the work that you and your team have put into it are also important.
Totally, because it is a long-term partnership at the end of the day. There's a little bit of a misnomer out there that people used to think that if I'm selling my business to a big corporate, they're going to fire everybody, they're going to integrate, and then I'm going to go. And that's 100% not true for pretty much every strategic out there. What makes the company successful is the team that built it. And that's really what people are acquiring. They're acquiring a brand, a business, but they're also acquiring a team. So making sure that you operate in a similar way, you have similar long-term values, you know what you're getting into is really, really important.
Okay. I once had this conversation with another person in your field, and I just think it would be interesting to share. But in your ideal world,
I never know what Imran's going to ask me.
That's what journalism is about, right? You just kind of follow your intuition. But what does the perfect exit process look like, where the outcome is really great for the founder, but also great for the company that ends up acquiring that business?
I think it's one where it's not just about the closing of the deal, but it's what happens after. I think that's what makes us really happy. We're all celebrating when a deal closes, and we get a closing dinner, and everyone, celebrates.
And you get one of those little bricks.
And we get a little deal toy, and we have a good time,
Yeah.
and it's all great. But I think the question is, when we look back and say, okay, what happened 6, 12 months, 3 years after the deal happened? Are people still feeling the same way? I think that's where we get the most pride and say, okay, well, this actually impacted the industry. It changed the industry in some huge way that went beyond just that moment of the deal. Moment of the deal is amazing. I won't say it's not amazing. It's such a rush, and that's why I do it. But you also just get the satisfaction of just knowing over a long period of time that you did the right thing, and the founders did the right thing, and the buyers are happy, and it's a long-term partnership.
Okay. I would like you to look in your crystal ball a little bit with your vantage point, and I'm told Vinette is if there was a fortune teller for M&A in this industry, this is it. We were talking earlier about fragrance. When you're talking to potential acquirers right now, what are the segments, the categories, the geographies that they're looking to fill in their portfolios? You said that part of the rationale for M&A is they see something happening in the market and they don't have the ability to go after that opportunity themselves. What are those opportunities right now, if you were to kind of summarize them?
The answer to what categories is literally the breaking down of categories. I think that's
the breaking down of categories.
The breaking down of categories. Because I think traditionally when you think about beauty, we're always okay, what's a prestige brand? What's a mass brand? What's a hair care brand? What's a skin care brand? And we think about silos. And honestly, traditionally, a lot of buyers are still thinking in that way. I'm looking for a clinical skincare brand that operates in the prestige space. And there is still some of that. But I think some of the most interesting and most disruptive companies don't actually fit into that mold and don't actually fit into a traditional thing. And we've had the pleasure of working with brands that sort of broken those molds, that if you told us 3 years ago that we'd be selling juice company and pimple patches and that's a thing, and it's been such a huge thing to see, or again, Soul or any of these brands that broke molds. And I think the consumer doesn't think, is this a prestige brand? Is this a mass brand? Is this a skincare brand? They're thinking, is this a brand that I want to engage with, that engages me in a certain way? And I think there's a certain really exciting democratization of things where a brand can exist in different channels at the same time. Shoppers are there, and there's a real interest in sitting there. So I kind of think that while there's a simplicity and elegant simplicity to thinking about just categories as categories, and you want to stay true to yourself, I also think that there's different ways that brands present themselves and express themselves today that is really the future of the industry.
Okay, well, that was extremely educational. Thank you very much, Vinette.
Of course. Thank you.
Now let's go deeper with one of beauty's biggest buyers. Unilever Prestige has a proven track record of spotting high-growth brands, including Paula's Choice and Tatcha. And just last December, Unilever snapped up one of the fastest-growing and covetable names in the business, K18. Of course, that doesn't mean the company nor its CEO, Vasiliki Petrou, can rest on their laurels. Next up, Vasiliki joins us to share her strategies for staying relevant in the ever-changing and fast-paced beauty industry. Please welcome Vasiliki and BOF's Robin Mallory-Pratt.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all. Thank you, Vasiliki. Welcome back to the Global Beauty Forum stage.
Nice to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Napa Valley is not a place. You have to be back to come.
Well, absolutely. It is glorious out there. By way of introduction, I just want to mention a few of the factors that we think are really impacting how you can build and maintain relevance in 2024. We've already heard this morning that consumers have access now to an unprecedented amount of information, which is really accelerating trend cycles in terms of both product and communications. Routes to consumers are becoming more complex, more numerous. Trust in celebrities and influencers, typically very useful people in the arsenal, are diminishing, especially among young consumers.
Gosh, our job is so easy.
It's not easy. Well, and in addition to that, we're seeing a lot of disruption that's impacting weather patterns, trade, materials. So, Vasiliki, you said recently that the biggest challenge is how to prevent yourself from becoming irrelevant. And I wondered if you could start us off by telling us what prompted you to make that statement.
Yeah, actually, I'm currently obsessed with this statement of how do you stay relevant, because everything is so changing so fast. The media keeps fragmenting. The micro-influencer scene is constantly changing. We've got different consumers, right? The Generation Zs are kind of changing also how they consume beauty, and they're becoming a bigger part of it. And then obviously you have the Gen X, the baby boomers that have been neglected to a point. But for me, one thing that I think is key is how do you do audience segmentation, in my point of view, according to the zeitgeist of people, right? What are the lifestyle preferences? What are the niches of niches? Like Vanette was talking about breaking down categories. I think that's very true. What are these super personalized interests at scale? Because obviously when you go very niche, then it's not big enough. So you have another issue. But if you can scale a niche of niches in terms of a cultural zeitgeist segmentation, I think you are after something there.
I think we're all beginning to agree that we perhaps rely too much on generational characteristics, and people are influenced by those above and below them. But one area that I'd love to get your insight on is channel strategies, where typically generations do coalesce around channels more than other channels. You know, we've seen TikTok emerge and marketplaces become merged with social media channels. We've seen that young people today, 40% of Gen Z use TikTok as their primary search engine. It is a source of truth, even beyond the pseudo-facts we hear at dinner parties. So how do you, across your portfolio, how do you advise your brands to adopt different channel strategies that allow you to tap into that zeitgeist?
I think I always say you have to be true to who you are, right? Everything you do needs to be in authenticity, in tandem with your authenticity as a brand. I also say that you need to leverage the strengths of the retailers and kind of manifest yourself in the way that your audiences expect to see you. Some people will be good at services, consultations, education, you know, or speed of delivery, etc., etc. So I always say to my people, play while bringing strength to our retailers and the consumers. It needs to be not only a dual win for us and the retailers, but a triple win, us and the consumers in the end. So, but if you go with your authentic self and try to service your audience at best, leveraging a channel strategy, you could be a social first brand or a DTC only brand. So it's a multidimensional question that needs to be answered.
I'm so happy you said authenticity, because I think what we're seeing is that the nature of influence is changing. I mentioned earlier that trust in celebrities and influencers is diminishing. I think Gen Z now trust influencers, 50% of them trust an influencer's recommendation, and 38% of them trust a celebrity's recommendation. And you also mentioned, showing up in stores in ways that excite consumers.
Yeah.
Where people get influence from has very much changed. Experts, KOPs.
Yeah.
How do you think influence is evolving, and what do you think are the core principles that all brands need to be aware of as to how seismic this shift has become?
Yeah. That's another area I'm currently obsessed, because I think we need to reinvent it ourselves as well. It's about community. I mean, we've always talked about community, but I think community is taking a new shape, which is, it goes beyond to what's the needs of my skin, what's the need of my, what's the right color for me, or what's the hair diagnostic, etc. It's very much understanding their lifestyle, their life needs, It's kind of personalization to the next level. I think it goes beyond, gene kind of readings and stuff like that. It's like a life partner. It's like a coach. It's like a friend. It's a multi-phase, long-term partnership. So it's high touch. It's not easy to do. But I think the brands that will invest in it, I think they will benefit.
Surprisingly, I think that might be a perfect segue to talk about logistics and distribution. Fundamental to your relationship with your community is giving them the product they need at the right time. We're also experiencing extended disruption with no real likelihood that it's ever going to become less disrupted, certainly. And I think the simplest way to explain this is to talk about the Rhine River in Germany. It is an artery through Europe's largest market. And that river, in 2022, cargo ships had to take cargo off the ships because the river was too shallow. In 2023, they had to add weight onto the cargo ships because the river was too high. That kind of delay, you're going to struggle to get the right product in the right hands at the right time. How are you redesigning your infrastructure networks to mitigate disruption?
Yeah. It's a good question. I mean, traditionally, supply chain was not looked at as a fancy function, right? But now I call them the heroes of the organization, especially what we had to go through during COVID and post-COVID, and I don't think it has changed. It hasn't stopped. Not it changed. Definitely, it has changed a lot. But a couple of things at least we're doing. We are definitely looking to onshore a lot of packaging material goods next to the places where we manufacture the kind of final product. That's one thing we're doing. It's a kind of, again, a multidimensional topic, right? If you look at it from an ingredients point of view, then it's complicated. There are a regulatory framework, right, that you need to comply with. But then you need to assess different segments of consumers. Some, they want the clean beauty. Others, actually, there is a tsunami about effectiveness and efficacy out there. So the more you're gonna play with new retinoid materials, for example, the more you need to lean into biochemistry, kind of synthetic biology. So it's not easy, but it keeps it exciting. And then not to forget sustainability, right? Because, and this is a topic where we need obviously to play much more as an industry versus solo kind of plays, because that's kind of something for the long term. Leveraging refills, we are experimenting quite a bit right now with kind of glass packaging and kind of cartridges that you can take in and out. And obviously the consumer needs to pace that as well. And I think this is where retailers also can help.
I want to pick up on that theme of resilience and designing that into your supply chains and actually talk to you about as a strategic buyer. And we've just heard K18 was a very quick acquisition. And to close the talk, I would love to get your insight on how you can judge the reliability of relevance in the brands that you're buying and the exits that are expected by these entrepreneurs.
Thank you, thank you. This is definitely the multi-billion-dollar question, right? When you are looking at a brand to buy, my first question to myself is it gonna be around in 10 to 15 years from now? Interesting, I think we heard in the previous chart, I think Priya BOF said, a founder that is gonna that wants to exit in 4 years, in all disclosure, if I were to hear this, I would never buy that brand or that founder.
And what is it that's the key thing that indicates?
Because, I mean, look at the brands like Dermalogica, Jane founder, right? I mean, or Carissa, she's here from Hourglass. These people create brands forever, right? They are always motivated by giving back, by kind of being generous, with the industry. Like if you think about Dermalogica, upskilling, and the training that we do to the professional skincare therapists, I don't think ever Jane thought, I'm gonna do this because I'm gonna sell. Because I think if you have actually that frame of mind, it's gonna push you to make the wrong moves in terms of quick distribution, short-term tactics. You need to think, what is the right thing for my brand? How can I serve my consumer to the best I can? How can I make sure my brand is gonna exist for the next 30 years? If you have that mindset, then you're gonna make the right steps. If your mindset is, how am I here for a quick exit? I don't think you're gonna succeed, at least not in my view.
Vasiliki, thank you so much for your insights.
Thank
it's
you.
always such a pleasure.
Thank you.
From ultra luxury to mass price points, the fragrance industry is booming. Just a few years ago, executives wondered just how to sell fragrance online. But now, a new generation of creators on TikTok are introducing everything from high-end artisanal scents to accessible body mist to a new generation of customers. Here to talk us through the fragrance boom are two leaders from both sides of the price spectrum. Sol de Janeiro's Hila Yang and Renaud Salmon of luxury perfume brand Reimagine. Please welcome them along with BOF's Sheena Butler-Young to the stage. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here today with both of you to talk about this sort of captivating world of fragrance, right? And I kind of want to paint a picture a little bit. We're talking about Sol de Janeiro at $24, like at one end of the store, or maybe another store altogether, and then Amouage at $380. So two different ends of the price spectrum, like Priya said, but also two different scent profiles, two different, as Gen Z would say, vibes. Two different vibes going on. And we've obviously seen or witnessed this sort of high-low market momentum that happens in other areas all the time. But this is unique for fragrance. This is sort of unprecedented. And you're both beneficiaries, but also drivers of that. So I kind of want to start there with both of you, but I'll start with Hila. What do you think explains the momentum we're seeing across price categories and also scent profiles in fragrance?
Well, thank you so much for having me. If somebody had asked me 9 years ago that I would be here on this stage talking about fragrance, I would say you're crazy. But when Imran calls and say, Hila, come and talk about fragrance, of course I said, yes, I'll drop everything and come and talk about anything. If he asked me to talk about teeth whitening, I'll come and talk about teeth whitening. As most of you know, Sol de Janeiro is about 9 years old. We started out as a body care brand, and this was a personal moment for me. But just quickly to answer Gina's question, I think fragrance is here to stay. And it's going to be even bigger. It's going to become even more an important part of our lives, especially the young generation. And the reason is twofold, in my personal point of view and my experience. And so number one is that it started with the pandemic, where a lot of people felt isolated and intimacy was really lacking. We are human beings with 5 senses, and there's 3 senses that you cannot communicate through 2D. And we're living in an increasingly 2D world, especially the younger generation. And that's smell, that's taste, and that's touch. And that's Sol de Janeiro. When we started this brand, my personal mission was to really spread this message about celebrating who you are, no matter what shape, what color, what ethnicity, what background you are. And that was really the inspiration for me when I moved to Brazil, having been pregnant, wearing the tiniest little Brazilian bikini, which is ridiculous. But I think the second part to why I think fragrance is here to stay forever is what we've learned during building this business. And that is, when we started with the body care brand, we really spent a lot of time on articulating and defining who Sol de Janeiro is. I did not start this brand out as like, oh, the world needs a great smelling cellulite butt cream. I mean,
But they
certainly
did.
it
But they
wasn't.
did. But they did.
Yeah. I mean, the world was not asking for this cream. And this is also why I love what I do. And I, as most of you know, majority stake of my company was acquired by L'Occitane, and I still love what I do. And so when we really defined it, and I'm going to say she, because it was the Brazilian women who really inspired me. So who is Sol de Janeiro? Who is she? And how does she walk? How does she smile? How does she talk? And how does she smell? And we said nothing about how she looked. And so we went through every single one of those questions and really defined it so clearly. And it was really important to me to define the DNA, because as we were born with our DNA. So, and this smell piece, the word cheirosa, which is the name of our mist collection, and I'm sure a lot of you guys who have teenage daughters, I'm sure have all this on your vanity table. So she smells not snooty, not citrusy. She smells delicious. And cheirosa is the biggest compliment in Brazil. So it's like, you know, here in the US, like, oh, you have great hair, your hair looks great, or your outfit looks great. In Brazil, it's, you smell so good and so delicious. So that became part of our brand DNA. So cheirosa was a very important pillar of our brand. So anyway, it's a long-winded story. So
two good points.
Anyway, so we are definitely riding the wave, and I don't pretend to be a perfume expert or a nose, but I do know who we are and what we stand for. And I mean, I love the fact that I'm like...
You pointed to the pandemic and the connectedness that people wanted, but also the work you did as a brand to know your DNA and to know who you are and to stay authentic. Does that resonate with you? Is that sort of what you think is happening broadly in the industry, but also impacting Amouage?
Yes, to talk specifically about high perfumery, maybe I would like to mention 2 points. One is it feels that there was a shift in the mindset of the client from considering high-end perfumery as fragrances for special occasions. It was a bit the equivalent of the tuxedo in fashion. You were actually buying fragrances for one of those private collections to go to your wedding or to go to the opera. And hopefully you don't get married too many times, so which means that you don't use those fragrances that much as well. And today it's obvious, and to echo a bit what you mentioned, maybe it was driven by the pandemic. People actually want special fragrances for every day. They feel that they deserve the best for every day. And just that shift of mindset from fragrances for special occasions to I deserve the very best, or I deserve something that I do enjoy actually a lot every day, I think contributed to the growth of the market. And the second point is probably more about the fact that fragrances became more than just the finishing touch that you apply very quickly before rushing to work. And I'm maybe drafting a bit of a caricature of a behavior that we see in Europe or in the US and so on, because obviously in Oman, so where I am based, the fragrance ritual is much more than that. But I think fragrances became a hobby. They really became a little bit like wine, for example. You know, you sit at a table, and today you can talk about fragrances the same way you would talk about wine and so on. And that shift, in a way, I mean, creates a huge involvement in the category. And now, all of a sudden, people can talk about fragrances, and people can create content about fragrances and so on. And I think it changes totally the dynamic of the market as well.
I love that you both are sort of describing that you're riding a wave and you're not taking a lot of credit, but not every fragrance brand is benefiting from this boom. So there's something that you had to do to sort of match the momentum, whether it was coming from TikTok or just normal market sentiment. You had to match that. Talk to me about what that looked like. So you see your fragrance suddenly on TikTok booming. Do you like go and have a meeting and strategize, like what do we do to respond to this so that we ride the wave even more? Because I know with Sol de Janeiro, you came out with fragrance pretty soon after launching the Bum Bum Cream 9 years ago, but it was this year that things really changed. What happened? What did you do?
Boom, boom, cream. Sorry, I know I'm still founder, so
I love that. Boom, boom, cream.
I do have to sometimes like remind myself like, okay, I'm a founder or I'm a CEO.
Boom, boom, cream.
I have an identity crisis a lot, but yes, and we launched in 2015, and our consumers, they are very smart. They know what they want, and they tell us everything. And it's our job to pay attention to that. And sometimes you have to read between the line. So soon after we launched Brazilian Boom Boom Cream, customers started asking us, we love this scent so much, can we get a perfume version of it? And it took us some time to digest this request, because when you hear the word perfume, you immediately think of EDP, like $100, $200 EDP. But then we all came back to our DNAs and asked ourselves, like, we're not really an EDP brand. Like, she is much more on the go, she's casual, she's modern, and she has multiple fragrances. And so we created a format that we thought was right for us, for this Miss Sol de Janeiro. And so it wasn't that the customers were asking us, can you create a mist version with 5% fragrance? And by the way, our fragrance oil is fine fragrance. It's quite complex. And so the format that we launched was a very critical decision. I mean, looking back, I'm like, whew. But it was right for our brand and right for Sol. And it was always the number 2 product. And then we are data obsessed. My whole team and I were a bit of a closet nerds, and we started seeing some really interesting trends around this fragrance. And so then I called Priya at Sephora, and I said, I'm seeing this interesting trend, and maybe we can test it out. Maybe we can just dedicate our mist and an end cap on its own, and let's put it away from the fragrance floor and put it near the cash rep or Sephora collection where their young consumers are. And let's test it out. And she said, sure, let's test it out. And I think that's what, when Vinette was talking about partnerships, and its partnership really extends to your retailers so much, because they believed in me and my team and the data, and says, let's try it out. That was before that, we had not invested $1 behind our mist collection. And this was 2 years ago. And so really having a presence at Sephora in its own way, that really elevated. I mean, that was just a phenomenal explosion on its own. And that's when customers started to really get into our products and making great content. And so I'm a big believer in bricks and mortar and beauty, especially fragrance. And the TikTok content, again, our customers are so creative. So you give them one, they give you back 10. And so our job is not to tell them what to do. Our creative partners are just organic customers, giving them some nuggets of who we are and just let them do what they do best. And we support them. And that's been our philosophy from day one. So there's not a lot of big strategy and
it's
a lot
a
of
simple tweak, just saying don't put it near the fragrance, put it near the cash app. Something that simple was a game changer at retail for your
really,
customer.
Yeah.
So I know part of your appointment in 2020 was around sort of like a repositioning moment for Amouage. You came in as a chief experience officer. This is a 40-year-old brand that's obviously seen a lot come and go. You came in to help reposition something. What was that? Like, what was happening that they said, we need a chief experience officer? Now you're creative chief, but at that time, that was the title and it was meant to reposition what?
I was living in New York 5 years ago, and I moved my life to Oman and my family. And the first question was, well, what should I do? Like, where should I intervene? Do we want a big change? Do we want a soft change? So I went to Google and I typed Amouage. And you see usually the 5 key questions that people ask about your brands. The number one question was, why is Amouage so expensive? That was the number one question. What does it mean? It means actually that people want to understand, they want to know, they want some transparency. So the one key decision to answer that question was actually we are going to drive transparency, full transparency. And I had confidence about that move because when I moved to Oman, actually I realized that the business model of Amouage is fully vertically integrated, like I have never seen before in at least the fragrance category. So Amouage produces everything in its own manufacture, produces its own ingredients, and so that's why we have on the payroll people who are the equivalent of farmers and people working in offices. And I felt, well, I can have full confidence actually that I can drive transparency and we can start educating and communicating to the audience in a very transparent way. But the risk, obviously, with transparency is that you could lose the mystique of the category, what makes fragrances magical, particularly high-end fragrances. So it had to be very elevated. So the challenge became, how actually do I communicate what makes really Amouage exceptional? So the extremely high concentration of natural ingredients, the aging of fragrances, something that nobody talks about. Why, is it important to age a perfume? Particularly if it contains a lot of natural ingredients. And all of those things that nobody was talking about. Why are people talking about eau de parfum, eau de toilette, and so on? Why? It means nothing from a technical point of view. You can call something at 1% concentration eau de parfum or eau de toilette. It's not regulated. It's important. We felt that it was really important actually to drive a bit more knowledge, because if people are more knowledgeable, they will be more involved. If they are more involved in the category, they will buy more, and ultimately, hopefully, they will make the right purchase decisions, and they will buy Amouage. So that was a little bit the thinking, and so far it has been doing quite well.
You said at dinner last night that you go into the factories with your camera phone, you actually record and post it on your social media, but also the brand's social media. How did they feel when you came in from New York at this heritage fragrance brand with your phone, recording and putting it on Instagram? Was that embraced, or did you have to sell that idea?
That was a big change. Before, so when I arrived in the Amouage boutique, it was actually written, it's forbidden to take pictures.
How'd you get past that?
Yeah, I mean, that was like, it's forbidden to take pictures. And we said, okay, actually, please do take pictures. And my responsibility is actually to make sure that whatever we produce is really elevated in terms of quality. And this is the challenge. How do you move to instant communication, like close to real-time communication, while at the same time, particularly if you are high-end, keeping the creative standards actually extremely high? And it meant actually creating mostly an in-house content team. Before that, everything was externalized. And it meant also just elevating the standards.
Amazing. So obviously there's been a lot of growth, but there's obviously a lot of appetite still to grow. Where is the headroom in fragrance right now? Where can you go next? I was reading an article about fragrance max, like scent maxing, that kids are into scent maxing. Then there's also layering and wardrobing. What's the opportunity and how do you sell into it, Hila?
By the way, if you have walked into anywhere 2 meters tall and said, I'm taking photos, most people say, go ahead.
Take the photos. Please take the photos.
And by the way, if you don't know, you amateur, no, semi-professional basketball player talking about fragrance. I love this industry so much. So as I mentioned, I think fragrance is here to stay. There's so much opportunity. I'm so excited. My first mission was with body care, to really help women celebrate what they have. Now I have another mission, which is really bring the young generation who's living in this 2D world, bring them physically together, please. And let them smell each other. Scent is the first line of communication that you don't have to make an effort. You don't have to speak, you don't have to look into their eyes. You just walk in and you fill the room with your scent. It's the first piece of communication. And so that's my mission. And I think ultra luxe fragrance brands like Amouage, and there's Perfume Head here, I think you all can thank me for educating the young consumers because they are your future or maybe current consumers. But there's so many opportunities, but the one opportunity I'm very, very excited about is this idea of wardrobing and the capsule collection. The way we are approaching it is let's just have fun with it. And it's not about permanence. It's not about one identity. Let's be playful. It is a capsule collection. It comes and goes, and let's give them something to have fun with. And that's conversational. That's validating. So that's been really exciting for me.
Onward with democratization. Renaud, where can we go next?
So a few quick opportunities. One, definitely layering and complexifying actually the fragrance ritual, 100%. Secondly, aging fragrances. I really believe in aging fragrances. Imagine the spirits category without actually the value creation of aging. The third one, and here I'm pushing a little bit further, fragrances should be more than something in a bottle. I'm very fan of the idea of Amouage Voyage, which is the idea actually of starting doing perfume trips for people who love actually fragrances and so on, for people to discover and to know better fragrances. And probably the last one, and maybe if you look at the entire beauty category, the world of high perfumery is probably the most prone to that, is the idea of resale of fragrances. So because reselling actually, second-hand market, of beauty products might be a little bit difficult to imagine. However, if you think about high perfumery, and particularly about the fact that fragrances do get better with time, I feel that there is a lot of potential actually to fully embrace that as well.
I completely agree with this. I mean, people are even reselling our $24 mist as $200 on Mercari. And so I think there's a collectability around just fragrance in general.
And if you age it, it smells even better over time, he's saying. So before we go, one more time, education. Let's say it together, boom, boom, cream. Yeah.
Yes.
Boom, boom, cream. Boom. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, you all know, it's not just what you sell, it's where and how you sell it. In retail and in wholesale, the medium is often the message, and having a strong, unified, and coherent presence on a wide variety of platforms is the key to driving growth. To help us make sense of the many new marketplaces that beauty brands are headed, including Amazon, to grow and survive, please welcome Front Row's Alex Carmody and our very own Alice Givaudan for a fireside chat.
Hi, thanks Priya, and hi everybody. It is great to be here with you in Napa. We are here today to talk about the marketplace model, but exactly how these platforms are driving growth in beauty. But there is a lot to unpack. As we know, brands have real reservations about affinity, about brand fit, about pricing, about promotions, but equally they can't afford to ignore the places that their customers are spending time and money. So to discuss all this, I'm delighted to be joined by Alex Carmody, VP of Brand Strategy at Front Row. Front Row is a commerce accelerator. It works with its partners on brand strategy, marketing, and marketplaces. And marketplace partnerships is what Alex is responsible for. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here talking about my favorite thing.
Excellent. Well, we haven't got long. I want to dive right in.
Sure.
And I want to begin with some market context. In 2024, the cost of doing business has fundamentally increased. And what that is doing is diminishing the effectiveness of the direct-to-consumer model, which just a decade ago was this hero strategy for so many amazing beauty startups. How is that wider D2C and perhaps even the luxury e-commerce landscape, how is that impacting the importance of marketplaces today?
Yeah, I think that's a really key kind of shift that we've started to see. There was a major concern initially with D2C brands from the jump that you were going to cannibalize your entire kind of demographic who you were selling to if you considered a marketplace. Mm-hmm. With that shift kind of changing because of COVID and realizing your consumer is on Amazon or is on Walmart or is in another marketplace, you are able to kind of reach a new demographic and not cannibalize your D2C. So D2C is very important, but I think one of the stepping stones that shifted is D2C presence plus a really strong retail partner. Amazon makes a little bit more sense if you look at the stepping stones that way.
One thing I really want to talk about is the scale of transactions that are taking place here. Wunderman Thompson research suggests that more than 35% of all online purchases are made on a marketplace. That could reach 60% by 2027. Of course, that is spanning sectors, that is spanning categories. But why are marketplaces so successful at engaging and converting customers today?
Yeah, and I think that answer, it's changing really quickly. TikTok is probably the best example of that, where we've actually seen a shift of engaging with content on TikTok. Some Gen Zers, Gen Alphas will shop around a little bit. They'll do research on a D2C site, but then they're completely bypassing Google and going straight to Amazon to just search for the brand. And as a result of that, we've seen an increase of branded searches within Amazon as well as Walmart, up about 86%, which is a huge shift thinking through COVID days where you were looking for skincare concerns, you were looking for beauty concerns, and nothing was really branded because you couldn't physically get the product from the brands that you loved at the time due to supply chain issues at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. When we were preparing for this conversation, we talked about Activate Consulting's research. We talked about how there's work on the attention economy, this idea that the average American spends 13 hours a day on tech and media.
Crazy.
And all of that multitasking is leading to a 32-hour day for the average American, which is entirely mind-blowing. This is in part because search and social have become these sort of shoppable marketplaces in their own right. That's one example of innovation. I'm wondering how marketplaces are innovating a little bit more broadly, and actually how could this benefit beauty and benefit the brands in the room with us?
Yeah, I think there are kind of two key buckets in terms of innovation that you see. You see innovation of partnership models being offered within marketplaces. The idea of premium beauty, the idea of 1P versus 3P, that entire landscape has changed and there's numerous subcategories under pretty much everything. So if you think about it from that lens, marketplace kind of owners, you know, the big guys out there, they have done the research to figure out why can't we get some of these premier brands onto a marketplace? What do we need to shift in terms of the way we're approaching partnership models? So I think that's one piece. The other side of innovation within marketplace is the insights and the data that you receive from shopping behavior within marketplace is completely different than you're going to see in a brick and mortar retail space. Because people are coming to marketplaces and not just purchasing beauty products. They're purchasing everything they need for their home. They're purchasing apparel. They're purchasing anything you could possibly think of in addition to beauty products. So understanding your consumer from that lens, not only can you help to grow your brand, you know, own your brand, protect it within a marketplace, but you can also figure out where is there a demographic I haven't tapped into and what does that niche market look like? And there's a lot of key ways that you can do that within Amazon, Walmart, other marketplaces when you look at the review data. Because I think the review data within Marketplace is so unique, and what you often find is people might be using your products differently when shopping within that channel.
Yeah, absolutely. Those feedback loops are
It's
really
crazy.
valuable.
Yeah.
There is plenty of innovation at play, but for brands perhaps that are slightly on the fence a little bit, or have those reservation or that some reticency there, what I would really like to ask you is what is it that makes a brand more successful on a marketplace than others? What are the key components of a winning strategy? No pressure.
Yeah.
And how do they differ if you are a buzzy beauty startup or if you are a legacy prestige brand?
I'm looking at the timer and I'm like, ooh, how much time do we got? It's a very loaded question, but I think there's things that you can learn from both sides. From a well-established brand as well as from kind of a buzzy brand, you kind of have to play in every single little bucket as you go. Where you focus the time and attention will shift based off of if you're a buzzy brand, a new brand, or you're an established brand. So these brands that think you have to overlook TikTok, and I say TikTok in terms of influencers, not necessarily TikTok shop, that's a whole other beast, but thinking through influencers and who's the right influencer, you have to play in that space, but it might not be the perfect fit for where you're trying to drive the consumer. So you kind of see these marketplaces shift based off of that, with understanding if we know people are bypassing Google and just ending up on Amazon, what can we do with that? What kind of ads are going to resonate with that consumer base? And then twofold, I think the other piece to that is figuring out, how to engage a cold audience from another retail channel is really important. If people are adding products to cart and then not checking out, understanding why that might be happening, you can re-engage that consumer base and drive them to Marketplace and actually carve it out completely separately. And by being able to segment out your demographics, you have less of kind of a resistance to Marketplace, and it becomes more of a control for you as the brand, which I do think marketplaces have really shifted over the last couple of years, is figuring out how do we put brand first, because so much education is being done off channel. So you have to play in both, because marketplace algorithms are really tricky.
And we're really starting to see brands, there's been some news recently about brands that are kind of stepping into Amazon and acknowledging that.
Oh yeah, huge.
We are nearly at time, but at BOF we always do like to think a little bit about the medium term and what this looks like further into the future as well, even though there is clearly a lot of operational leverage that we can kind of work with now. Are there any emerging tech or emerging trends that you believe will shape the marketplace model as it evolves? And actually, how can brands that are here today prepare for that?
Yeah, AI is kind of the big one. Yeah. I think what we're starting to see within Marketplace is, with AI and so many different avenues that you can go down with utilizing it, there's so many ways that a consumer can learn more about the product without physically holding it. Which can be a really scary thing, especially within the beauty space. When you think of color cosmetics, seeing that in store, understanding less returns, all of that good stuff. But really understanding how can AI be a very custom package for your brand is I think where it's really going. So if you work in apparel or fashion, you might have those AI generated models that show you different sizes, and that's something that actually marketplaces are testing right now. On the flip side of that, though, if you're looking to build up your Amazon business or Walmart, you might be able to use it to completely create your listings and then just kind of tinker with it. So there's these kind of shortcuts you're seeing with AI, but how you can build that into a bigger kind of structure, I think it's up for debate. But I definitely think that that's where people are leaning in. Not only how can I scale my business by utilizing this in a quicker fashion, but what else do I need to put behind it, and what can I learn from the consumer base that's engaging with it? And I do think there's a resistance right now, so.
Yeah, baby steps.
Yes, exactly.
Alex, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
The first time many shoppers engage with beauty brands is often at their local grocery or drugstore. But it hasn't been until recently that mass market beauty brands have challenged the old guard, both high-end and lower-end, forcing them to rethink their positioning and go-to-market strategies. Take Brian Bordenek, for example. Looking at the acne care market, he observed a space that was characterized by stigma and shame. His company's Starface's debut product was a neon yellow, star-shaped sticker designed to help clear up a breakout, while being very, very visible in the process. Meanwhile, Colette Laxton at the Inky List wanted to cut through the smoke and mirrors of skincare, releasing simpler, more affordable, and more straightforward products into the market. Please welcome Brian and Colette here with BOF's beauty correspondent Liz Flora to examine the challenger brands disrupting beauty.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone, and welcome. Let's get started by talking about what mass even means. A world where customers buy from one brand or price point doesn't really exist anymore. What is the line between mass and luxury these days?
Certainly from my perspective, I think those lines have blurred tremendously. It's just, I think this was mentioned earlier as well, just not how the consumer thinks. They're not like, I'm a mass skincare shopper, or I'm a luxury skincare shopper. I think they want products that represent who they are and where they are. And I think they're willing to pay more, and sometimes they're willing to go down the sort of price funnel as well. I think the best example of this is just open any one of your vanities or purses or where you keep your products, and you probably will see a pretty healthy mix of stuff from high to low.
Colette, what are your thoughts?
I think it's changed hugely in the last 5 years. So when we launched, I think there was still a real categorization of luxury and mass. And I think we worked very hard and strategically partnered with Sephora exclusively for that very reason. We are a luxury premium brand, and we wanted to set ourselves in that environment despite the $10, $15 price point. So I would say it's massively changed even in 5 years. I think, to Brian's point, it really is, go on TikTok, everybody is shopping everything. And for me, it's much more now around the strength of brand. Get your why, get your brand positioning right, and actually consumers don't care where you fit and what category you sit in. They want to know that, do you fit with my identity? Do you have products that work? That's what's important to consumers now.
And talking about the Inky List specifically, it's been at the forefront of a revolution in ingredient transparency, but in addition to that, it's a big disruptor in price because there are $300 face creams out there that don't necessarily say how much of a certain ingredient is in them. So who are your competitors? Do you consider both mass and luxury to be Inky List competitors?
It's wild, and it's a great time for you to ask because we've just done a huge brand study, and the data that we've got, also a massive data geek, I know so a lot of people here are. What's super interesting for me is why people shop the Inky List. And we did this brand study, and it talked to, one, your products work. So we have a lot of competitors, the La Roche-Posays of this world, right through to, we've got a really huge index with Summer Fridays, which wouldn't be a brand that I would necessarily think put together, but that for me says exactly where the consumer's at. So our consumers and our competitors are everybody and everything. And it's really fascinating that, consumers are at a point now where they're calling the BS, they want the transparency, and they just want things that work. And that doesn't matter whether it's $10 or $200, they want what's right for them. And social media has absolutely, amplified that. And it's great because as a brand that doesn't fit into a category, we've been able to be on a much more level playing field. I think indie brands, accessible brands, it's time for us to play, and it's time for us to show consumers that we've got products that are incredible. And if you don't have $200, that's okay.
Do you have data on who your customer is? Is it affluent shoppers as well?
Yeah, back to the categorization of the shopper, we call her the beauty maven. So the Inky List customer is somebody that's curious, confused, needs education, wants help, is on TikTok all day long, and has around 4 to 5 products in their routine. We don't categorize them by affluency or age. It's a lifestyle and it's a mindset of what that beauty customer is going for. But yeah, they're spending $100 on some products and $10 on others.
And Brian, looking at Starface, you're at Target and CVS, but I've also seen the stars on the New York Fashion Week runway, and Hailey Bieber wears them, and Willow Smith wears them. So how would you describe Starface's positioning?
I mean, I think we're for a certain person. Again, I sort of reject the idea of like price point or mass or prestige. I think that those categories are rapidly breaking down. If you think about the statement that it makes wearing something on your face. Like, I don't know what anyone is wearing in terms of a moisturizer or sunblock. When you're wearing Starface, you're making a pretty declarative statement about who you are and how you interpret the world, and you kind of want other people to know that. And because we're still relatively early in our lifeblood, wearing the product on your face will spark a conversation. You have to sort of internalize and vocalize the brand statement and position. Someone will go, do you have a star on your face? You know you have a star on your face, and you'll have to sort of vocalize what it is and what it means to you. So I think that our kid is typically one that looks at the world a little bit differently and likes this idea of kind of being on the inside and sort of, we describe it as like kind of like a hot topic kid.
So is it a fashion statement or a skincare product? How are you positioning it?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the two, and we try to really embrace that. The whole idea here is about choosing joy, choosing fun. We take a lot of our cues as a brand from sneaker culture, drop culture. One of the things before we started the company that we sort of have manifested and has become true was we would know we were doing a good job if there was a resale market for our products. And we've done limited collaborations that have a resale market on eBay. And I think that that's like a really fun thing about what this means to people. And I think what's really, really fun about that is at the end of the day, they're acne products, right? So it's like completely absurd that kids are trading these at school. There's a conversation around them. But the end result is that hopefully there's a generation of kids who don't view pimples the same way that we probably did when we were growing up. And I think that's like a really beautiful thing about young people and sort of culture today is they're really willing to kind of rethink things that don't make sense to them, which doesn't necessarily make sense to us as adults, which is cool.
How much are they going for on eBay?
Some of them, can go for a lot. We have a really beautiful partnership that we've done over the years with Sanrio and Hello Kitty. And again, putting out sort of the energy that we have as a brand, we've attracted other like-minded brands and properties to kind of come forward and combine efforts. So it's just really cool to have this kind of cute, silly, absurdist universe that we've built for ourselves that is not necessarily how we've traditionally defined skincare. But I think there's like a lot more of that coming in the future, not just for us, but I think other brands, I think they're going to start to identify differently. Because I think the problem that we're solving is a little bit different than it has been in years past, where maybe 30, 40 years ago, you could find bad products on shelf. I think it's really exceptionally rare for that to happen today. So when in a world where everybody can make really efficacious, amazing products, and it's not a knock to ourselves or anyone's products, it's just how do you distinguish yourself? How do you stand out? What do you stand for? Who are you? And I don't think that a lot of the unfortunately, some of the legacy brands don't necessarily think in those terms.
And looking at Ingy List, like you mentioned, you're at Sephora, so you have a $10 hyaluronic acid serum. At Sephora, you can get a hyaluronic acid serum for $30, $40, $50 and up. So what does it mean to be in that retail space at this price point?
It means everything. And another shout out to Priya for truly believing in us, because at the time we launched, it wasn't the done thing to have a product at that price point in Sephora. And we've had to fight for that right to be there. We've had to fight harder with the consumer to get them to understand the quality of the product, the clinical trials, the reviews, everything 360 that gives that proof point that the product works. But we sell one hyaluronic acid every 20 seconds. So it's definitely working, and the great news is, we're a brand that's around educating and supporting people with their skin, and if we can get, a few more people trying that ingredient on their skin, we've done our job. And people say, hang on a minute, you're happy to trade up into other brands? Hell yeah. If somebody can come to the Inky List and try hyaluronic acid for the first time with us, it's amazing and it's non-sticky and it's great, so do try it. But actually, if they then go on to using a hyaluronic acid in another brand's product at a higher price point and they've been able to use our brand as that stepping stone, that's incredible. What we are very grateful of, though, is that people buy us, try us, and stay with us, and we've got an incredible loyalty because the products do work, and the price point is a surprise and delight.
And then looking at Starface, you're in a big box in a drugstore setting, so you're up against acne care giants. brands that are decades old, they have huge advertising budgets, very traditional advertising. What is the strategy for competing with that?
I think from a very early time, and mind you, when we moved into retail, Target was our first retailer, and we did that about a year after we launched the brand, so in the fall of 2020. And we were told almost universally not to do, by maybe some people in this room, maybe not to do what we were about to do. We were going to destroy our brand by going into big box retail. For us, it was the only place that we could play democratically with our competitors. You know, we take up X amount of linear space, they take up Y amount of linear space. We believed that we stood for something completely different than the category. And that was a beautiful place for us to sort of stand out and make that statement, where maybe we couldn't afford to do it digitally like some of our bigger competitors, but we could look really cool, we can make customers stop. We thought really intentionally about how to translate the digital world that we were building into physical retail. And I will say, almost every single step of the process, when we started at Target, then we went to Walmart, every single time it was, don't do that, you're gonna destroy your brand. Don't go into drug, you're gonna completely destroy your brand. And what's interesting about that is I think oftentimes brands confuse their distribution for their brand. It's not a knock against any of the retail partners that we work with or others in the room. I just think your brand is your brand. And I think the customers are always thinking about what does it stand for, what does it represent, because they're so fluid between all of these retailers. And being able to communicate that very clearly and very quickly, I think has been a secret sauce for us, but I think it's increasingly more important as we look to the future as well.
Does the Gen Z customer base have anything to do with that? Because we've heard so much about how they don't necessarily care about high and low with retail. Have you seen that?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think the customer is looking for you where they want to find you. I think Hero and Ju have done a great job of this, breaking down the walls and some of the barriers when they launched on Amazon. Tremendous success there. I think for us, the reason why we picked the retail partners that we worked with, when you have a pimple, you're oftentimes going, shit, I have a pimple. Like, you're looking to go into a physical retail environment in that acute moment and pick something out to deal with it immediately. You're not necessarily willing, when you're a young person, to wait 2, 3, 4 days for the product to arrive in the mail. So I think meeting them where they are in that moment is hugely, hugely important for us.
And when you're introducing such a disruptive brand, you're asking consumers to change their habits. So with Inky List, you have your brand community, the niche skintellectuals, the Reddit groups that are all about the ingredients. But what about a mass audience? What about scaling the brand for a broader customer base? How have you strategized this?
So we were very intentional when we launched to stand for two different types of consumer. One is the curious and one is the confused. So starting with the confused, this is someone that doesn't know how to enter skincare. They're in Sephora, they're shopping makeup or fragrance, and we're there going, hey, if you need a friend, we're here, we'll support you, we'll give you the knowledge and education to take that first step into skincare. And we find that, ironically, a lot with males on our caffeine eye cream. That's like their entry point into the brand. So we definitely have, the ingredients that make it super simple and packaging that helps to support that journey. But on the other end of the spectrum, we stand for that skintellectual and that customer who wants the latest innovation and is really trying to upsell their skin, whether that be the glass skin or all the trending topics that are happening. But for us, it's how you integrate those ingredients and innovations. So we were very early to polyglutamic acid, tranexamic acid. We've just launched a product, today, with ectoinin. We are always ahead of the kind of innovation funnel. But for me, the reason the Inky List exists is not just to deliver great innovation, it's how you talk to it. So we need to be able to talk to that innovation, to that skintellectual, and really get her to understand the science behind it, but also that confused customer that's saying, what is ectoin? We're there and we peel that onion continually to help support that. So I feel like we can do both and we can talk to both customers. They're on a kind of a journey, and everybody's on an educational journey in terms of them and their skin.
Yeah, I was on your website the other day and I didn't even recognize some of the ingredients. So with Starface, it's really interesting because you're not just changing habits, but you're changing culture in a way. If you think about advertising, Dylan yesterday was talking about how advertising does have an effect on culture and cultural beliefs, and with acne, that's especially true. So what is the strategy for going about changing cultural beliefs when it comes to acne care?
I think one of the things that we look at, and our brand is silly, so it's not pejorative to say that, but it's intentionally silly and cute and absurdist. When we were looking at the category, the way it had organized itself historically was efficacy and luxury and efficacy and value. 95-96% of people experience acne at some point in their life, so it's as close to a universal problem as you can possibly get, yet people feel really crappy when they have a pimple. So it's one of those rare moments where it happens to everyone, that you feel really bad when it happens. We were really trying to think about, how do you actually break that down and disrupt that? And we landed on and moving away from stigmatization, blast, eliminate, kill, treat, heal, sort of how the category had organized before and after photos, and really chose to focus on building this universe with this character that we call Big Yellow. It's the logo on the primary packaging, which is this alien from outer space who's experiencing everything on Earth for the first time. The whole idea is that that's supposed to be directly akin to the teenage experience. So we spend as much time talking about pimples as we do about, what it feels like to be in a middle school class and have to poop, which is also a universal feeling that people experience. And those things are really important because they sort of unite people around a topic that they have historically internalized in a really negative way. And when you do that, you start to chip away at things. We ultimately believe the best way to build something really broad and far-reaching is to build something incredibly niche. When you see our product, when you see the world that we've built, you know kind of who that's for. And that was all very much done so intentionally by design, so that we can build something that you can sort of grab onto, that could build culture, that could show up in places where you know what fashion brand it makes sense to work with, you know what influencers or celebrities it makes sense for. It all started very early in our trajectory.
Is it wrong that I want a Hello Kitty?
Not at all. You may have to buy them on eBay though, sadly.
So to wrap up, let's talk about exit strategies. There haven't really been a lot of beauty acquisitions in the prestige category recently. How can startups in this area get investors excited?
I think it's just showing that you are here to stay. Vasiliki said it really well, Vanette said it well. We have set ourselves out on a path as a brand that really stands for the long term. There's an inky list on the back of every health, beauty, and well-being product in the world. And I think showcasing the strength of brand and that you're here for the long term is more important than where you fit. Yes, we don't fit into a division. I think that's a good thing, and I think Vanette said that. It's a good thing. We're doing something different. We're driving into a consumer space that doesn't necessarily exist within classic beauty right now. So I think for a brand that's trying to be disruptive, how do you show that, it's great to be viral, it's great to have the trends, but actually what do you stand for as a brand, and how can you add to their portfolio in a way that's really additive for the long term versus a trending format?
Yeah, for us, it's really about owning our demographic. We're very fortunate that we get to stand on the shoulders of giants. Again, I'll shout out Hero here. That is an acquisition that I think went incredibly well and continues to go really well. That's done a huge kind of a boost for our category, whereas maybe when they were in market, that was is this here to stay? Is this going to be a thing? So we're very fortunate in that regard. But we've struggled at almost every step of this journey, from people saying, no one will take this seriously, this will never be that big, oh, it is that big, where is this going, or who is this for? And what we've chosen to do is really own our corner of the turf and really own a demographic, because for these mass and prestige strategics, there is no choice. I don't think that there's an internal perception that they understand how to talk to Gen Z or Gen Alpha. They're going to have to go out and buy some things, and the things that actually understand how to talk to Gen Z and Gen Alpha probably look a little different than some things that appeal to millennials.
Thank you both for being here.
It's time to turn our attention to the luxury end of the beauty spectrum. To be a true luxury brand today, you must infuse every touch point of the customer journey with something thoughtful, modern, and pretty unexpected. Westman Atelier is only 6 years old, but has already created the kind of luxury brand that remains pretty elusive to others. Westman's curated collection of cosmetics champions holistic, better living, but the products, they actually work. But with the pressures of investors in a saturated market, especially in makeup right now, how do co-founders Gucci Westman and David Neville, who are also married, look to protect and push their legacy forward? Please join me in welcoming Gucci and David to the Business of Beauty Global Forum.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you. You're going in the middle.
Yes. So Gucci, I'd love to start with you because, like Danessa, who we heard from a little while ago, you've had a long career in beauty. You know, you consulted for Lancome for many years, you consulted for Revlon. You know, when you started your brand, there seemed to be such intentionality around it. What got you to this point, from consulting to say, hey, I want to be a brand founder?
So I think, well, first off, thank you for having me, Imran and Priya and the BOF team, us. So I think, honestly, I was born in California. I grew up in Sweden, and I wasn't allowed to wear makeup, ironically, as a young girl. And I obviously developed this obsession with makeup. And I ended up doing, you know, the girls' makeup on the bus, and I enjoyed this feeling of making people happy while I was painting. You know, I was kind of enjoying that sensation. I went to makeup school in Paris. I thought if I'm not good at makeup, I did it in French, so I didn't waste my time. And then I continued. I went to LA to do another makeup course, which was less beneficial, I think, but they asked me if I wanted to teach after 2 weeks, which I thought was a little shady. And then in LA, I started to, it didn't happen like super quick like this, but I started to work with directors such as Spike Jonze and Michael Bay and David Lynch, to name a few. I worked a lot actually with Spike Jonze, and I ended up doing a couple of movies, Buffalo 66 and being John Malkovich. And I think that sort of a little bit informed my style of doing makeup, learning to authenticate characters. And really, that was something that resonated with me. And I decided I wanted to move to New York before I turned 30. And that was a bit of a slow start. I had a lot of released options for a while. And then ultimately what changed everything was I did 2 jobs with Grace Coddington. And I was telling the story last night at the end of the shoot. I thought, you know, that she really didn't like me, and what a shame that I messed up, you know, this opportunity. And she, you know, came over to me and said, Gucci, I haven't seen talent like that since I discovered Pat McGrath, and I want you to be on my team. And I was like, I didn't even know what to do because I didn't really know anyone, and you know, the team was kind of intimidating. And I then, you know, my whole life changed. I was working for the next 5 years every day, pretty much, and I did numerous Vogue covers, stories, all the fashion publications. I ended up getting hired by Lancome as their global artistic director, where I worked very closely with the labs. And that's where this formulation fascination kind of developed. And really that seed was planted there. I then, you know, worked for Revlon for the next sort of 7 to 8 years or something like that. And I really had this desire to do my own thing. And I was very close to signing a licensing deal, which I wasn't sure if it was right or not. And I remember asking David the night before, do you think this is it? Do you think this is right? As I was looking at the 5-year eyewear launch plan. And I was like, oh my God, this feels, not right. And David said, you get one shot. Do you want this to be it? And I was like, no.
So we decided to do it together instead.
Tell me a little bit about how your upbringing, and I don't know if a lot of people know this, but Gucci, you grew up in an ashram. And I think, if I remember correctly when we spoke last time, you actually wanted to launch skincare and not makeup before, when you were starting your brand. How do you think your upbringing and your idea of like formulations and holistic living like really informed what you did launch? Because it wasn't necessarily obvious.
No, it kind of was unusual start. As I mentioned, I grew up in I was born in California. We ended up living in an ashram. My parents are kind of hippies. And I was given a Hindu named Guru Charan in the ashram. And Gucci was a nickname of that. A friend of my parents started calling me Gucci, and he named his daughter Googie, which I guess I feel fortunate that I got Gucci. We moved to Sweden when I was 10, and my dad is Swedish. And growing up with a big focus around ingredients, my parents grew their vegetables, their fruits, they made their own butter, their cheese. The sweetest thing in our kitchen was a date. So if you want a treat, you go have a date. There was nothing, processed really in our kitchen, and it was so infused in me as a person. Of course, I rebelled for a while, and I ate as much candy as I could. And I think also just growing up in Sweden, where the Swedish lifestyle is all about value over quantity, and that's a thing. And having a slow kind of burn and experience, and really savoring that experience. And I think that really informed my idea around what we should do or how we should do it. That kind of combination of being hyper focused on ingredients. And I always thought back to that formulation fascination, like how are things made, and can we combine skincare? Can we combine these elements so you ultimately will have things that don't just correct your skin, but also that repair and heal your skin? Because I needed that myself, and I thought there must be an appetite.
I'd love to talk a little bit about this licensing deal moment, because David, you're obviously a serial entrepreneur yourself. You founded Rag & Bone, and I know we were talking just a second ago, Gucci, that you didn't think you really couldn't have done this without doing this together.
No way.
So when you were thinking about maybe signing that deal and going another direction, and it was that one shot, like when did you guys decide, like, hey, we've got something special here, and how are we going to execute and do this together?
Yeah. Well, I think my experience with brand building is that the formative years as founders are really when you sort of establish the narrative, you establish your reason for being. It's the journey that sort of in the early days of figuring it out, which really sort of ultimately sort of shapes the brand and what differentiates you. And I think our goal when we sat down and said, let's do this as a husband and wife, was to really create a beautiful brand that represented Gucci, represented her career, her taste, her philosophy around ingredients and formulations, and to really sort of bring her vision to life in our products, which is no easy task, And so we spent about 3.5 years prior to launching in the market, really just developing with a singular focus on our products. And that mentality has sort of been with us all along this journey. We're very sort of product first in the way that we think about everything, really, because good products sell themselves. So we eventually launched with Barney's in the summer of 2018, and I felt like we had a very strong proposition. Gucci as the makeup artist, with her credibility and her career and her clientele, but our execution on product and packaging, formulation and brand aesthetic was very, very strong, I felt. And And then this wild card being, the ingredients and the clean formulas, but with luxury performance. And the combination of all of those things, I think, is very rare in the industry. There are very few brands that combine all of that in one brand. And that, I think, is a huge differentiator of Westman Atelier and a testament to Gucci's vision from the beginning.
I'd love to talk about that a little bit more because, when you guys started, clean, non-toxic was still pretty relatively new when you think about it in beauty. And I don't really even think of you guys as a clean brand now, but then you're also in luxury, you're a makeup artist brand. You have all these different components. You're not just stuck to one of these buckets where some other brands are. So are customers coming for you for one of those things, for all of those things? Like, how do you slice and dice it? Because it seems like there are makeup artist brands, there are clean brands, there are luxury brands, but not everybody is occupying the same space.
I think that's what's so exciting about our positioning, and I think it was raised, in some of the conversations earlier on. We can't really be pigeonholed into one of those segments. Retailers tend to segment, or some retailers segment by luxury, by artistry, by clean. And again, the really sort of unique point about Westman Atelier is that it's encapsulated in one place. I think, ultimately the most important thing is the performance of the products. That's where the amusing part of our relationship. I don't wear the makeup, so it's very hard for me to really tell.
He knows a lot about it, though.
What is a good what is a good formula? But I just think it feels modern. I think it feels exciting. But the end of the day, the performance of the product and the trust that you build with your customer, and that Gucci is so uncompromising in the way that she goes about the formulation process. That is hugely valuable because we're gaining trust with our customers every day.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think that our customer knows that she's getting something that is clean, it's going to perform, it's going to be good for her skin, and it's going to be a luxury experience she hasn't had before. I think we've established this sort of loyalty and trust is, imperative in this kind of thing. Otherwise, you won't go back. No one's coming back if they don't trust us.
Right. We heard a lot from different people today talking about, the investor side of things, the retail side of things. I think you've been pretty intentional with your product development. You launched skincare relatively recently. You just launched lip, which is kind of unheard of for a makeup artist brand to launch so much later, like a lip product. How are you balancing avoiding the viral trends or avoiding what the noise and the competition are doing, but still having big retailers like Sephora and others and investors asking you to maybe do this or that or something that may not feel intrinsic?
We obviously listen to a lot of people, and we work really closely with our retail partners that we really enjoy working with. We have a lot of advisors, and we have a lot of strong opinions within our company. Ultimately, Gucci really, she runs the launch cadence. She ultimately will launch a product when she's ready to do so. I think what's also interesting about our the way we approach things is that we're really building community through our products. I think in this day and age, there are a lot of brands that introduce products into communities, and I think that from the outset with Westman Atelier, we've sort of said let our products do the talking and let them build our community through people enjoying them and coming back for more. And again, I think it really goes back to the process and Gucci, how she works with the labs and how that process ultimately unfolds.
I think for years I was always asked about, how does it feel to be the queen of natural makeup and you do the most beautiful natural skin? How do you do it? And it used to really bother me because I thought, don't you see all the other things I can do as a makeup artist? But then I thought that's exactly what I should take ownership of, and that's what we should focus on. A curated edit of products where we can share this philosophy around this idea of enhancing your skincare, your skin, and not transforming it, and easily doing so. And so women can do that on their own at home and they can do it using products that they know they can trust and that are going to be better for their skin. And I thought that's absolutely where we have to go. And of course, having suffered with rosacea for many years, that was a big driver in our search for adding active ingredients always at efficacy levels. From day one, we've always added actives at high levels, meaningful levels, not marketing. And I could give you many examples of products that have taken forever, but I'll just mention our lipstick.
I was going to ask about lip.
This bad boy took 6 years to make. And I mean, sounds like a joke, but it really did, because the bullet to create this structure, it's actually a matte lipstick, and it's typically they are made of 100% petrochemicals to create the structure, and then you need the silicones for that luxurious glide and that feeling that we all are so accustomed to. And that we don't allow petrochemicals and silicones and all of these sorts of things. So it took us that long to find a replacement that was also going to perform. Yeah. Because not only does it have to not have those things, but it has to work. Mm-hmm. So I'm every contract manufacturer's worst nightmare. They're all like, oh my God, here she is again. She never takes no for an answer. And I never believe it's not possible. Mm-hmm. And I decided I wanted to start with matte because that was the hardest category. We could have easily done a balmy blah blah, and that would have been easy. But I wanted to do this one and make it sort of easy, make it feel like, okay, you can have all of these benefits and you don't have to compromise on the performance, you don't have to compromise on the statement, none of it. You're gonna get all of it, and why can't we do it better? Yeah. And so it's also refill. And there's also a mirror, just if you just make it more street, it's kind of cool. Like if you, instead of so precious, you can make it a little more cash. Like I'm shaking right now, I'm a little nervous still, but oh my God, we're almost out of time. Okay.
We are almost out of time, but I have a few more questions. I would love to understand, you guys seem to be really doing this your own way, when it comes to product, when it comes to cadence, even team, how you've built that out. I'm wondering what you think about longevity. I mean, I know, David, you and I have had these conversations in the past about people coming to you, wanting to acquire you, getting calls, but this is a family business. Mm-hmm. And I see your daughters in your social media, and you're obviously...
hate that, by the way.
They hate
Even
it?
the 7-year-old is like, no, I'm not doing it.
Don't they know about the tweens at Sephora?
No, they don't want to be on our...
Oh, yeah. I see. But this seems to be much more, it's part of all of your lives. So when you think about that, and whether it's acquisition or holding on to it, what do you want?
I mean, when we set out in this journey, I honestly think that we prioritized product over commerce. Like at the beginning, we really wanted to do something that we could really be proud of, and our approach at the beginning was cut no corners, really invest in custom packaging, brand, content, obviously all of the work on the formulations. And any business wants to be successful, but we definitely didn't have that approach. You had an approach at the beginning, which was just to really do something that ultimately we could be proud of, and to your point, we could show our grandkids one day and be very proud of it. And I think, our approach to, where we are today and what's going to happen next is to continue to focus on brand building. And I think that, we think about brand building really in the literal sense of building a brand brick by brick. Every day we are, building our team, building our capacity, building our assortment, introducing new products. We're building awareness through new customer acquisition, whether that be direct to consumer or through our retail relationships. And I think that, when all of those things happen simultaneously at the same time, they compound on one another, and we're able to sort of sit here now and reflect on the work of the past 8 or 9 years, and that's ultimately sort of dictated the success that we've had to this point. The interest that we have in the brand is enormously flattering. And I think there will come a day where we will need the right partner to really sort of unlock the potential of this brand on a global stage.
But you're not done yet.
Not done. No. What did you say?
You're not done yet.
Oh, we're no way.
Just starting.
Thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, you were so great.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry we ran over.
No, not at all. So that marks the end of session 2. We already did it. What dynamic and thought-provoking conversations and founders and executives we had here today. Expect more of that in our 3rd and final session, where we will explore beauty from the inside out. We'll hear from many more incredible thought leaders, including the legendary Deepak Chopra, who will close us out with a discussion on longevity. To our members watching from home, see you back here this afternoon at 2:15 California time, 5:15 New York, and for those of you watching late at night, that's 10:15 in London and 11:15 in Paris and Milan. Thank you again for joining us, and see you soon.
Welcome back. How was lunch in the heat? We strategically had a shaded area, a sunny area, and an air-conditioned area. So I hope you found the place where you're most comfortable. Welcome back to our final session at the Business of Beauty Global Forum 2024. I'm Imran Ahmed, founder and CEO of the Business of Fashion. So much of what we've discussed thus far, so much of the beauty industry is focused on what's on the outside. In this session, we're going to focus on beauty from the inside out. More and more of us are beginning to understand that what we put inside our bodies, how we manage stress, and how we care for ourselves also impacts how we look and feel. Though some ancient wellness practices, rituals, and products have existed for centuries, there are also new wellness solutions grounded in modern medicine and new technologies. In this session, we will explore the full spectrum of wellness to help you understand both the market opportunities and what authentic personal practice looks like. To get us started, our first speaker, Alexander Jilks, co-founder of venture studio Squared Circles, which just last week announced a $40 million Series A round backed by private equity firm L. Catterton, who are here with us today. Alex and his team have backed brands like Nutrafol and Magic Molecule that focus on innovation and ingredients. In fact, Squared Circles research shows where the future of wellness is going, including how customers are moving away from the idea of instant gratification and towards the idea of longer-term health benefits. To learn more, please welcome Alexander Jilks.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. My hope is that over the next 10 to 15 minutes, I can awaken you all from your post-lunch slumber, whatever meal you're streaming during or after online. I'm here today to talk a little bit about where culture has moved post-pandemic. Now, we don't necessarily want to dwell on a woeful period of recent history, but of course the pandemic shook us all. It caught us unaware. It was the deadliest medical crisis since the 1918 Spanish influenza, which affected at that time a third of the world's population, 500 million people. It came out of nowhere. We were unprepared. It created a 25% increase in depression and anxiety, 14% increase in alcohol consumption, and 41% reported episodes of heavy drinking. 30% increase in 2020 versus 2019 in overdose deaths, and a 42% percentage of the adult population reported weight gain, with an average 29 pounds per adult and 41 pounds for millennials and Gen Z. Now, it of course changed our values. Health became the new wealth. No one represented more than the buff Mr. Bezos. As Amazon stocks were ripping, so were his abs. But 82% of US consumers now consider wellness a top priority, 73% in the UK and 87% in China. The global wellness market is estimated to be worth approximately $1.8 trillion. Now that, of course, encompasses all the types of peripheral market TAM, as wellness tourism and your celery juice and your cold plunge and all else, but it is an astonishing, monumental market size. And the US is out there in front with a $480 billion market and seeing up to a 10% compound annual growth rate, which is huge velocity. And of course, during that time, we changed our values to emerge from more of a fusion of professional and personal life. We changed our work-life balance. We focused on preventative care, on vaccines, on checkups, on immunity, on hygiene. We became more aware of health issues and immunity. Mental health became mainstream, along with sexual wellness. And we looked healthier. We wanted to put skinimalism as the new beauty. Looking healthy became the new beauty. Now, I had to double check that after the mob wife look that I heard about yesterday, but it is in fact the rising trend. We started exercise regimes at unprecedented rates and abandoned them too. We took to the outdoors for our well-being. 164 million Americans participate in a monthly outdoor activity, and there was a 20% uptick during the pandemic. We were somewhat oxymoronically health and fitness-obsessed overweight alcoholics. And when we look at this overall data, we at Squared Circles conducted an index research to look at 3,000 of the 270 million adults in this country to really understand what are the external factors we care most about. Number one, it is the food we eat, clean, safe food, followed by water, followed by prevention of disease, and slipping into 6, sustainability. Overall, our number one priority is eating clean, safely, and healthy, and what we put into our bodies. As for wellness purchases, number one is appearance, hair and skin, good news for you all, health, vitamins, etc., supplements, medications, then fitness in third, nutrition in fourth, and fifth is sleep, which encompasses everything from gravity blankets to melatonin. And as for sustainability, 85% of Americans acknowledge the reality of climate change, but only 30% are willing to place it at the top of the problems that we face in the future. And on average, the US consumer will only pay a 10% premium for a more sustainable product. And so, overall, we emerge from this culture of instant gratification. Everything now, the quick fix, everything that was emblematic of the boomers, live fast, die young, to a culture of optimizers, a culture of future-proofers. And we teamed up the Hofstede Institute to really look into this, and they've been analyzing all this data for decades, and this is the biggest societal jump we have made. 2017 to 2023, we jumped 30%, and that data didn't just start in 2017, I assure you. The US has always been out there in front. We've always been a future-looking a nation and culture of inventors and of innovators versus, for example, Europe that is stuck more in the past and look at history, and I'm not going to call out the French in particular here. Now, we're also now about deferred gratification. We care less about the quick fix. We want to really get ahead of these issues and start routines that will help us prepare for any unexpected health risk. And Gen Z is 2 times more likely to optimize than their boomer counterparts. It's more me than we, sadly, but there are lots of new trends that we need to think through. And so, hands up if you recognize this fine fellow. Some of you, not all of you. This gentleman, some of you may consider creepy, some of you may consider heroic. However, Brian Johnson is the beacon of longevity. This gentleman has 100 different routines every day. He spends $2 million per annum trying to reverse his biological age. He even goes as far as swapping blood vials with his 17-year-old son. All in a quest to look younger, feel younger, and actually be younger at a cellular level. But what is interesting is that Brian is not alone. 1/3 of Americans want to live forever. The rest, by and large, until about 90. And some of those we surveyed even think that disease, or rather death, is a disease that we might cure in our lifetime. So, what will we do to live longer? 1/3 would take a longevity supplement. 1/3 would say they would never drink alcohol again. 40% would start a new sleep routine. And 16% would change jobs. And 25% for Gen Z and millennials. And also 15% of Gen Z said that they would spend between $200 to $400 per month on longevity and prolongation of life. So, another trend that we all know about. We moved healthcare from hospital to the home. I'm talking, of course, diagnostics, not surgery, thank God. But the expenditures are expected to reach $201 billion by 2028. It is a huge booming market. The fundamentals have, of course, been driven by numerous different factors. Telehealth has been hugely on the rise. There's a 154% increase in the early stages of the epidemics due to the alleviation of regulation, blah, blah, blah. But 35% of Americans are now wearing traceable health devices. They're wearing biomonitors for glucose levels. They're wearing their Whoops, their Auras, whatever else, to monitor their key statistics from HRV to whatever else it may be. We're becoming more medically literate, and I think we'll hear more about that this afternoon. We're starting to think about endocrine disruption, gut health, oral microbiomes. There's a huge rise in at-home diagnostics tests. Obviously, we're now moving to things like portable EKGs and portable blood monitoring. And most importantly, we can do all of this at a distance and at greater expedience than the doctor's surgery. And so, supplements too are also on the rise. What is interesting is that as we think about at-home rituals, supplements are a huge part of our own self-prevention, our self-medication, and 29% would take supplements for cognitive function, 24% for immunity, and 20% for skin and hair. So, what does this say about what really moves the needle? We need to understand the science, and we want clinical effectiveness. It's a top purchasing factor for 50% of the UK and US consumers. And bizarrely, only 20% reported that same motivation for clean and natural. Efficacy is the key leading ingredient in motivating buying wellness products. Scientific credibility is the second. And the third is doctor recommendations, which is giving rise to the docfluencers. We're now following more than ever trichologists, dermatologists, nutritionists, and weight management. We've all seen Novo Nordisk rise to become the 15th most valuable company in the world at a market cap level. 13% of Americans have used GLP-1 agonists. But they're not all taking it for the curation of morbid obesity. Some see it as a key part of long-term optimization. 86% of those who've taken it said that they are eating and drinking less and changing lifestyle habits. 29% are more active, 9% more sexually active. It's changing radically how we eat, how we shop, and how we overall think about our overall routines. And what is also interesting is whilst for insurance you need to have a certain BMI, a lot of people are taking it for minor incremental weight loss. A huge amount of people are taking it for weight losses of 15 pounds or less. And 42% of that group are millennials and Gen Z. And so we wanted to think a little bit more about these mindset evolutions. As a venture studio, you're always trying to get ahead of the cultural shifts, the seismic shifts in behaviors and norms. And so we teamed up with the Culture Factor and the Hostel Institute to really understand how had the mindset evolved post-pandemic. And so we surveyed 3,000 individuals and really took a deep dive on the 270 million Americans. And this very maximal weather map before you gives you a distillation of the 4 key cohorts that we identified. You have the checked out. The checked out has actually retreated in long-term optimization. They're overrepresented in the boomers. They do not give a damn about future-proofing. They're all about carpe diem. They're all about being highly skeptical of wellness and all else. And they want to focus more on living fast and potentially dying young. The modest means 64 million adults. They represent the US average. 61% female, overrepresented in the 56 to 65 age group. This group would love to think about optimization, but they are focused on survival. With the huge rise in cost of living and everything else, they need to put food on the plate, food on the table, and that is their core motto of branding. Then we have the passive activists. They're idealists. They're neurotic perfectionists. They're kind of 18 to 45 is overrepresented this cohort. They are 10% more long-term oriented than the US average population. They use social media as their search tool. Their pressure on themselves to optimize creates enormous anxiety, so they tend to indulge in the serotonin-inducing purchases like the Shein's. And they also look to do slightly better, and they will pursue and indulge in things like vegan beauty, etc., because they understand that it is part of what they need to do to be more responsible. But the group that is driving change is this group that we have termed the conscious maximalists, a group that is oxymoronically at this opposing edge of being highly maximal in how they pursue life, travel, diet, indulgence, but increasingly conscious in how they scrutinize what they're putting into their body and what they're putting out into the world. And they are leading the cultural charge towards long-term optimization. 46 million individuals in the US fit within that cohort. So, what can we learn from this group? It's not a particular eureka moment, but it's a nice little summary, I think, of what we've heard a lot of over the last couple of days. They want pleasure, performance, and purpose. They're not going to compromise on poor-tasting, plant-based alternates. They really want to make sure that whatever they're consuming truly is better. They want to scrimp and splurge. Their house brands will live alongside the Barbara Sturms and the Augustinas Baders. And if you're a little bit like me this morning, being like a pig in mud with all the swag that we got, you start a day with the athletic greens and the eye patch, and I smell like a duty-free beauty counter at the airport right now. But they are true maximalists. They want to indulge in everything. They want options. And their influencer ecosystem is truly driven by the doctors, the nutritionists, the authorities, and increasingly so. They want routines too. They create routines because they want to get ahead of future issues. And they're starting those routines early. They are thinking about hair loss in their 20s before there are signs as a way of getting ahead of the future onset. So, which brands are winning with them? The brands that are winning with them are those that do have routines, those that are really thinking about the future-proofing, those that are building around pain points that can grow over a long lifetime value. They're underpinned by science, they're endorsed by the scientific community, they're optimizing whole body health, inside and out, and increasingly inside in order to project out. They're the Auras, they're the Prolon diets, they're the K18s, they're the Solums, they're the Filers, they're the Magic Molecules, they're the Everedens of the world, and so many of the brands that are well represented here today. And so, how does this impact how we think about building brands and shaping brands? Well, as a venture studio, we use the classic human-centered IDEO design approach, stage-gated approach from discovery, ideation, validation, all else. But as this particular pertinence is a consideration to all of you, you want to start with a pain point. Start with a consumer pain point that really creates a recurring daily need around which we can create a prolonged routine. Is this a problem that we can build preventative solutions around? 2, validation. Build that pain point with scientific solutions, data-driven claims, peer reviews, published findings, and buy-in from scientists. Socialization, radical transparency, uphold sustainability and ethics, be inclusive, enable consumer love, virality, and feedback. And of course, embrace the conscious maximalist. And this is what we take into account and was very much part of the consideration for building Freaks of Nature. And so, after all that talk about health, I'll see you all this evening with a sturdy cocktail in hand at the bar. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful end to this conference. And Priya and Imran, thank you.
The first time I met Alex, he was running a really cool auction startup, and I saw him auctioneering in a room of like 200 people at a dinner, and he was such an amazing speaker, so I knew he would deliver that brilliantly. Thank you very much, Alex. One of the really key points from Alex's talk was that modest means segment, right? We know there's a large cohort of customers that are interested in wellness, the conscious maximalists. But the multi-billion-dollar industry as it exists today, the wellness industry, is excluding entire groups of people. At times, it's also co-opting ancient traditions and cultural practices. So in our next talk, we want to dive deeper on this idea of making wellness accessible to wider groups of people. Manoj Diaz is a meditation teacher, brand consultant, and co-founder of the Mindfulness Studio Open, who many of you were able to experience yesterday in our breathwork session. Sandra Lanshin Chu is a traditional Chinese medicine specialist and the founder of Lanshin. And Michelle Cassandra Johnson is an activist, healer, and author. They will now join Priya Rao to discuss the wellness gap and share the steps we can take to make wellness more accessible for all.
Hello again. I'm really excited about this talk. This is kind of a personal passion project of mine, and I've got the best people here to do this with me. Michelle, I'd love to start with you. We know wellness is such a buzzy and topical word right now, and it's amazing that it's become so mainstream, but it's also not working for everyone. It's not working for certain segments of the population, whether it's less affluent people. It's not working for Black and brown women. I'd love to understand why you think that is. As it mainstreams, why is it still so inaccessible?
Yeah, so I've been working at the intersection of wellness and social justice for many years. As a Black woman, as a racial equity educator, and someone who's worked in community and with corporations and organizations and in wellness and spiritual communities about how to radicalize those spaces so they are more inclusive. My interest in engaging and disrupting how wellness operates as far as the way it's exclusive and has left out many groups of people who are at the margins really came from an experience of entering a yoga teacher training, being one of the few people of color in that space, and engaging in a liberatory practice when the conditions in place were actually not for liberation for all, because only a certain group of people could access the space. And I think that this speaks to, and in my experience in that particular training, and that's happened in many spaces, many wellness, many spiritual, many yoga spaces, that space mirrored the larger culture, which has defined who deserves to be well, who is worthy of wellness. I mean, we exist in a culture where there actually is a hierarchy of bodies and where dominance plays out and manifests itself in many ways that we can feel, that we've experienced, that we are also implicated in. And so it was enlightening to engage in a practice and path rooted in liberation, and yet so many people didn't have access to it. But this is, again, a manifestation of larger systems saying who's valid, who's worthy here, who's beautiful, right? And what does that look like? And therefore, that determines who has access. I also think this speaks to what wellness means, as if there's a one-size-fits-all definition or response to what wellness means. And in my experience, as I've engaged with many different parts of the industry of wellness, often the system or the institution is telling me what wellness looks like versus asking me, what do I need to be well? And so these are some of the reasons that why I think so many people are left out of wellness. And finally, what I'll say is that, and in preparation for this, I was talking about my experience interacting with the healthcare system and how I go to the doctor, and the doctor assumes that I don't actually have wisdom about my body or what I need. And in fact, I'm interacting with a system that's saying, this is what you need, this is who you are, this is how your body operates. Again, as if all of our bodies operate in the same way. We don't actually share the same ancestral experiences which often define, right, how our bodies respond in this context of wellness.
I'd love to answer the question, and it's a big one, but there's such a chasm between healthcare and wellness. And although we kind of are muddling them in between, there's so much inaccessibility. Why do you think that, and I think this is a question for all of y'all, as we try to become more well, whether that means, through longevity or, spa treatments or gua sha, that at the fundamental root of it, so many of us are still very sick. Manoj, you want to start?
Yeah, I think it's an important distinction between what Michelle was alluding to around what wellness is, and a lot of what we talk about is what optimization is. Is that to even get to the place that we can explore this concept of wellness, we have to move through so many systems that are really conspiring to not get us there. So we talk about longevity, it's a big emphasis right now, and we talk about different pills and practices, but really to get to the place where our bodies don't feel like they're under attack, We need to look at the systems around, food literacy and food education, affordable housing. We can't even get to that place. And once we're at that place, it feels like it's more accessible to talk about optimization.
Talk to me a little bit about, you kind of segued for me, but the idea of the treatments and supplements and remedies out there are very much for affluent people, the 1%. The Brian Johnsons of the world. And I'm wondering, what does it take away from all of us, when so many of these technologies, or even the supplements that you buy at Target or Walmart, are so expensive? What are we already creating barriers as we even start to broach the topic with the kind of treatments and solutions that we have out there now? What's your thoughts?
What it's taking away is money, basically. It's an interesting thing. As Andrew mentioned, the industry is $1.8 trillion right now, the wellness industry. Yet, mental health rates are rising, suicide in youth is rising, obesity rates are rising. So the question for me is wellness actually working? And there's an argument that it's probably not, but it's a very valuable industry right now. So what it's taking away is agency. It's talking about this individual choice that we have. For me, wellness isn't that complicated. If we have the education to know that we need to rest well, we need to prioritize social connection, we need to have some form of contemplative practice, we should walk 10,000 steps a day or move in any form. That is a foundation, that's a baseline of health. Then we can begin to explore some of these other optimization strategies, which I'm sure they're great and will help. But to even get there, you have to move through the socioeconomic conditions that so many of us are up against, the environmental conditions that so many of us are up against.
Sandra, I'd love to switch to you for a second. So many of the things that we're talking about now, holistic traditions and remedies, go way back. They go back to TCM, they go back to Ayurveda. And I think for a long time, these were kind of thought of as pseudosciences. They're not real, they don't work. Now they're kind of becoming a little bit more mainstream. There are brands and businesses that are getting funding around that, but a lot of them don't go back to the culture. Will you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, I want to first say that it's not a pseudoscience in Asia, right? It is true medical care, right? And it served a population for thousands of years. And so it's a real bona fide medical system. So coming over here into the West, we've lost a lot of that validity and credibility because it is quite different. The way that we perceive the human body, what does wellness mean, is very different from how we perceive that in the Western world. So to more directly answer your question though, I think coming at it as a founder of a brand, I think that there's something that's being lost in the awareness of wellness, especially as it pertains to practices like Ayurveda, like TCM, which is that this is a real field of study. And then there's people that are dedicated to studying it. You have to go to school for 4 years and get a degree to practice Chinese medicine. And what I see right now in the wellness world is what is an expert? And what are we holding up as an expert, and should we be? Because this is real medicine. I can give you advice about something through my social media, and you might go home and do it. And what happens if you don't feel well because of something I said for you to do? And I have that awareness because as a practitioner, I am thinking about ethics, right? And this goes back to also what you were saying about accessibility, is that when you take, for me as a practitioner, I'm constantly also thinking about the ethics of what I'm sharing, what I'm producing and selling. And that doesn't always jive with the, profit-making goal, right? It's not necessarily gonna up my profits to be thinking about that, but I have to think about the wellness of my patients and my clients, and our customers are those people to us. So we treat them with the same ethical treatment. Caring for their wellness means that you truly have to care about how your customer feels at the end of the day because of your influence. So I think that means that it's really important
as wellness becomes a bigger part of beauty and as it becomes a bigger industry, we have to stay tethered to that or we're going to lose something really important and it's not going to be wellness anymore.
I find a lot of the brands out there, the businesses out there, and even the clinics and studios cherry pick a little bit of this, a little bit of that, whether it's from Ayurveda or Native American culture or TCM. What are we losing, by doing that? Because you're only getting, maybe half an explanation or half a history lesson, if that.
You're losing the power and the efficacy of the medicine. Because I'll give you an example. The way that so much of what shows up in beauty is ingredients, and so much of what people obsess over as supplements are just, when I look at it through the lens of Chinese medicine, having studied these herbs and ingredients that have been used for thousands of years, they're used in a very different way in Chinese traditional medicine. And so there's already that gap right there. So you've lost, to me, you lose the power of an ingredient if you don't understand its history, you don't understand how it's been used throughout history by the culture that carried that wisdom, right? And so I don't see any companies recognizing or acknowledging bakuchiol, for instance, is a trendy ingredient. That comes from Chinese medicine. We use that internally. It's a powerful herb that has a lot of benefits for longevity. Nobody's really talking about that. It's known as a alternative to retinol, right? And so it's like 1/8 of what that ingredient is and could be. So I think we're just losing a lot of the, I don't know if story is the right word, but we don't know what we're doing with our herbs and supplements. Should we be taking turmeric every day? Right? And and also when we're leaving out the practitioners of medicine speaking to accessibility, you lose the messaging around, Chinese medicine can be as simple as stop drinking ice water and your gut biome will transform in the matter of 30 days. I've seen it happen 1,000,000 times, right? So if we can stay tethered to people that are trained in the medicine and can really bring that to you in a safe, efficacious, and ethical way, then it serves you as a consumer, it serves the brands that are going to share that, and it serves wellness, right? And it actually is wellness if we can stay tethered to that.
Michelle, I'd love to go back to you. You were talking about your experience in healthcare, how, your doctor didn't believe what you were feeling or what you were thinking about your own body. But that also goes to practitioners and teachers. Like, who is believed? Who is credible? Is it a TikTok star? Is it you? What do you think the barriers are? And you personally, I would love to hear this. And of course you too, Manoj, because I know you've talked about this a lot. Just, getting the credibility and respect to be able to talk about this and for people to listen.
Yeah, I think it has to do with what I said earlier about a hierarchy of bodies and dominance and our beliefs around who deserves to be well. In my experience, I'm taking in messages all of the time about who's credible, about my credibility based on the identities I embody, about my credibility and the amount of power that I have based on my access to social and institutional power. I'm not saying I'm powerless. I don't believe that, but I live in a context that has put me into a box based on certain identities I embody, and that shapes how I move through the world. That shapes whether or not I'm respected or seen as a leader or seen as someone who's credible or an authority about my actual experience in this body. And that is what sometimes bumps up against systems who are telling me, they've created the boxes, and they're telling me, this is who you are, this is how you feel, we are more credible than you, we are to be believed. And I think this is such it's a significant issue in almost every institution. And I really am thinking about what you said, Sandra, because I'm thinking about what it actually means for me to say I deserve everyone believes to be well, and what it means for me to put conditions in place for everyone to be well, right? And that would require me to believe people when they share their experience with me and see them as a credible source.
Right.
So I think this is embedded and baked into institutions and within culture and cultural norms. because of what we are internalizing about credibility and who is to be believed.
Manoj, what about for you? I mean, obviously you have a pretty sizable fan base. There's, investors knocking on your door, talking about open and very excited about the business that you've built. But I mean, do you always feel like people see you as credible? Do you think that's been something that you have benefited from, or it's taken a long time to get there, or are you still getting those questions?
Yeah, I'm still getting those questions. And I'm convinced if I had a podcast, people would be knocking down my door. Like, I would be so much more wealthy than I am now if I had a podcast that was selling my own supplements, which feels like, when it comes to credibility, that's what people are really looking for, right? Like, who are these experts and what are they actually talking about? What are the sustainable, accessible solutions that they are providing? And I look at some of the people that were up on the presentation before, like a lot of them have podcasts, a lot of them have products.
Mm-hmm.
And so getting our information from there, for me, it's always very conflicting because I recognize that you have to be in a certain wealth class to be able to afford a lot of what they're saying. But a lot of it is, again, optimization. It's not like basic wellness. And basic wellness is a human right. Like, we shouldn't have to pay access for that. Optimization is great. If you have the access, then it's amazing. You can do all of that. But for me, that there's a tension between, when it comes to the practices, if I can just speak to that, around innovation and erasure. Like, innovation and on all of our practices, whether it's yoga, Chinese medicine, Buddhist meditation, where I come from, and breath work, they have to innovate to meet the demands of the audience and the generation that they're being spoken to. And the Buddha spoke about that as well. But what I'm seeing within the industry is the erasure of Black, brown, indigenous cultures and perspectives. And that for me it's a complicated scenario where, thousands of years of Ayurvedic TCM, Vedic tradition gets thrown out the door when there's a functional doctor talking about a product. And so for me, I get very animated when I talk about this subject, but I feel like there's something to really explore there around the erasure of voices that have wisdom that goes generations deep versus a platform and a podcast.
How do we bridge that knowledge gap? I mean, you've got some pretty important people in the room here, and you guys are all authorities in your own right. But how do we stop talking about wellness as optimization, biohacking, or recognize that that's just one small part of it, and that does not exist without this fundamental piece? Like, what can we do?
I mean, I think we can remember we're working with humans, with people. We can humanize the consumers that we want to engage with our companies and our brands and our products. I think that bumps up against capitalism. That's what I think. And and you spoke to this. I think I can value all humans and I have a bottom line. And it means that I operate out of my values some of the time. And I'm like small, right? I'm not like the folks who are in this room with big companies and brands and businesses. And so I feel like when I remember I'm working with people and the more than human world as well, it changes how I show up. Mm-hmm. And I need to be transparent that I'm not always in alignment.
Right. What about for you, Sandra?
Yeah, I mean, I think that speaking of erasure, one of the things that's interesting about how Chinese medicine is represented is that we, as either the true professional practitioners of the medicine, don't really have a seat at the table. So if you look at like gua sha, which is a very famous viral trend, you don't see Chinese medicine embodied in it. I don't. As a Chinese medicine practitioner, I look at what's out there on social media. I don't recognize my own medicine. And I'm actually the only brand that has any kind of connection to the medicine, which I think is wild. Mm-hmm. Because gua sha is something that it requires a skill set to understand how to use safely. There's a spectrum of gentle, safe use, and then when do you cross that line? So we need to, again, remember that practitioners carry this knowledge, and when you engage practitioners like you're doing in this conversation, which I think is truly an important step in bridging that gap. I think more of this is that gap so that we can help to spread the awareness of how we perceive wellness, the issues in wellness. As practitioners, it's going to sound different than,
how do we optimize? How do we increase profits? There's always going to be that tension between wellness and the business of wellness, but we can't lose our connection to the ethical practice of anything that we're doing, whether that's gua sha, whether that's taking supplements, or whatever. Like we have to remember that these are medical systems.
Right. Something that I find something hard to wrap my head around sometimes is just that so many of these holistic traditions and practices are community-based. They're meant to be shared. They're meant to be, was yoga, did you ever pay for a yoga class in India? Back in the day. These are things that are supposed to be accessible for all. So I'm wondering, what does a wellness industry look like that's actually community focused and that's actually accessible to, and includes all people? Because it seems like right now, although we talk about community a lot, obviously, in all of our brands and businesses, it's not really being reflected in the work that's coming out there right now. What do you think, Manoj?
Yeah, I think the conversation tends to be very narrow, and there's no space for nuanced discussion when it comes to this. And this is a problem that so many smart people are trying to solve, but it's quick and easy to go with what's tried and tested and works and makes money. But we have, as a wellness industry, we have to have the ability to have these nuanced conversations. Michelle actually taught me this. When you walk into a room, ask yourself, who is not in the room? And if you're a BIPOC individual, you do that naturally. You're like, oh, okay, cool. And then the first thing me and Michelle, when we saw each other, we looked and we were like, this is amazing. But the reality is, you walk into a lot of yoga, meditation, breathwork, fitness classes, it doesn't look like this, and that's just a reality. And so for me, education is really important. Compassion is also really important. Being able to hold people and to teach them, because not everyone knows what the lived experience of other people is like, and to bring them on that journey and not exclude them from that journey. And also to say there's money to be made when everyone is included. Right. That I don't think should be divorced from this conversation.
Yeah. What do you think that, when you look at the people in this room, and obviously the businesses they have and they're a part of, what are the small things and the big things that they can implement? What are the calls to action that you think? Because I think so many times we have these conversations and you're like, wow, amazing, but then what do I do? What would you say? I would love to hear from all of y'all. Sandra, you want to start?
Well, I think, along the lines of asking the question, who's not in the room, I think that if we want to create more inclusion of the wellness practices that come from these long traditions that, by the way, are present already, you just didn't recognize it. I think we have to really think about, it reminds me of remember the local movement, when we started to be aware of where did our food come from? Mm-hmm. Is it local? Is it from, halfway across the world? And we began to care about that. I think we need to start to care about, what are these things we're practicing? Where are they from? Nobody ever asked that when yoga first came out, right? And so, and it's really taken, it's come really far. It's gone really far from many of its original intentions. So I think we just have to really push people, all of you here, to really think about that. Where are these things from? What is bakuchio? Where is it from? What is sika, tiger grass? I'm thinking of the Chinese name, but I think you guys all know what sika is, right? Mm-hmm. That's a very famous Asian herb. It's used in many different ways in Chinese medicine that are different than how it's being used in the beauty industry. So I think you just have to ask these questions. Where is this from? Is there a body of wisdom and knowledge that already exists around it that has proven to be powerful for millennia? And the answer is yes, if you're looking at these kinds of things coming from TCM and Ayurveda.
What about for you, Michelle? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm thinking about what you said about source and where things come from and what happens to something when we take it from its source and we're not necessarily directly connected to it through lineage. And it changes in some way. And so I think being aware of that, being accountable and thinking about what that looks like to the source culture, that's a step toward inclusion. I also think the question of who's not in the room, which I do think about and ask all the time, the follow-up question then is why? right? Who's not in the room, and then why aren't folks here? And what does that mean? And thirdly, I would say, how can I leverage my resources, my privilege, my access to power to create more space, not to just invite people into the room, because this is about, for me, it's about liberation and us getting free for everyone, and not just humans, also the more than human world. And so what do I have access to that might decrease or disrupt some of the barriers that are in the way of us getting free, be that through beauty, right? And the standard of beauty and disrupting that. And also remembering you all are culture shapers, right? You shape culture in significant, profound ways. And I think what I've observed, right, from like the sidelines for sure, is all of the ways this industry does break through barriers, does push against cultural norms, takes risks in ways that perhaps other industries do not. And so I think you're well positioned to engage in some of the skills, the steps that we've shared about inclusion, because it really is about the people you invite in who've been marginalized, not because of something that they've done, right, but because of systems. It's really about allowing them to shift and shape the culture of the space.
Manoj?
I might get in trouble for saying this, but like, it's kind of crazy to me how much representation matters. You know, like the leading yoga brand in the world, not mentioning names, doesn't have not one single South Asian representation on that. I've been selling yoga tights for 30, 40 years, however long, and there's no South Asian representation. And if you're from dominant culture, you don't know what it's like to walk into a room and to see a teacher that looks like you, or to see a brand ambassador that looks like you, or to see an influencer that looks like you. That makes such a huge difference. It connects you deeper, not only to the brand, it connects you to everyone involved in the brand, the teacher as well. So representation is really important. And then curiosity and humility. I think those two final aspects are like, ask questions. You know, there are people here that have degrees on this stuff. The brands I've worked with have just been really humble around like, hey, we don't know how to navigate this. Can you help us?
Perfect. Thank you guys so much for doing this. It's so amazing.
That was really powerful. I'm so glad that we can have that kind of conversation here. We're going to shift gears a bit. How many of you have enjoyed kombucha or sourdough bread or kefir? All right. In that case, you may already be familiar with the fascinating concept of the microbiome, a word that's already come up a couple of times already in this session. The microbiome is a diverse collection of bacteria, fungi, viruses, and their genes, which naturally live inside our gut, inside our mouths, and on our skin. And more scientific research is discovering links between the microbiome and conditions like eczema, psoriasis, dandruff, and many, many other things. So to better understand the science and market opportunity in microbiome products, we're very excited to be joined by three experts. Dr. Elsa Youngman, founder of AI-powered platform HelloBiome. Dr. Crystal Koo, founder of oral care line Coco Floss. And Dr. Nigma Talib, a naturopathic doctor and microbiome specialist. They'll be joining us on stage with BOF's beauty correspondent, Daniela Morosini.
So obviously you have shared ground all in the microbiome, but you have very distinct businesses. So just to start, if you could set the scene a little bit and tell me a little bit about all of your businesses. So Elsa, tell me about HelloBiome.
HelloBiome is a microbiome platform. And what we do is that we built a microbiome test kit, a bit like a 23andMe, to analyze all the bacteria, fungi that you have on your skin. And with that, we're able to build predictive model, more personalization, and we work with many consumer brands, ingredient manufacturers to build the future of beauty with them.
Great. And Crystal?
I'm a dentist and I'm a co-founder at Coco Floss. And at Coco Floss, we believe that great habits start with joy, not dread. So at Coco Floss, we're in the business of making products that both work and also that bring delight to people so that hopefully they'll be inspired to take care of their smiles.
And Nigma?
I am a naturopathic doctor and author of Younger Skin Starts in the Gut. I also formulated my own skincare and supplement line that is safe and effective and, doctor-driven.
Amazing. Okay, so Elsa, the microbiome, I think at best, most people have a superficial level of understanding. What is it in particular that you think beauty brands and wellness brands really need to know about it?
I think when we think microbiome, beyond understanding that it's a collection of a microorganisms such as bacteria, fungi, even viruses, as humans, we're actually more bacterial than we are human. We have more bacterial cells than human cells. So if you work in the beauty, personal care business, me as a skin biologist, my first thought was when you take a shower, when you use a deodorant, when you apply a moisturizer, what's the impact on your skin microbiome? And that's all the good research I've been doing to understand it better.
And as your research has progressed, you've adapted your business model, haven't you? Because you had a slightly different line before?
Yes. So as a skin biologist and mother, what I wanted was to build the future of skin health and how we could nurture that on the long term. And for me, discovering the microbiome, that is a very manipulable ecosystem, it has to go through it. And naturally, I started by building the first microbiome-friendly skincare line in the US. But my problem was that I could not access at scale microbiome data. I could only partner with clinical labs that did not have access to diverse participants. We could not choose the geography, the skin tone, the age, and so on. So I had to build our own test kit to build that decentralized research platform. And when we introduced as a consumer product our microbiome test kit, what was very interesting, it was actually the industry itself who got really interested into it. And organically, we started building a strategic partnership, first with consumer brand and corporation, to collect with them at scale microbiome data for both clinical research, but also personalization. And that's how now we are fully B2B, and I stopped the consumer.
And Nigma, in your practice, what are the most common misconceptions that you come up against, either from your patients, your clients, or the brands that want to partner with you? Where is the knowledge gap?
A lot of people think that the gut microbiome, when they hear the word microbiome, they think it's just a digestion area, when actually the gut microbiome is involved in almost every disease. Hippocrates, 2,500 years ago, discussed the fact that all death begins in the gut. And in my opinion, I'll go further than that to say that actually you can cure and heal almost every disease at the level of the gut microbiome. So when you think about the gut microbiome, you have good bacteria, you have bad bacteria. It's kind of like a bustling city, right? Your gut microbiome, and you have the law-abiding citizens like all of us in here. And then you have, the gangs that come in, the bad bacteria, and they have a war. And when we have an imbalanced microbiome, that's when the city starts to inflame. So we call this inflammation. Inflammation happening at the level of the gut, creating every single chronic disease. So when we think about the gut, we need to think about, what are we putting in our bodies that is changing the gut microbiome, that is creating disease states. And I talk a lot about poop. And I'm kind of known as a poop doctor now. So, it's a crappy job, but I'll take it. If you go on my Instagram, that's all you're going to see, FYI. But I'm trying to normalize the conversation because a lot of misconception is that the gut is just a digestive location, when really it's more than that. And for the ladies and the gentlemen in the room, it also helps your skin. When you fix your gut microbiome, you'll see that your skin is more clear. You'll have less puffiness, less inflammation. So beauty does start at the skin microbiome. And I can see all the ladies looking at me very intently. It really, that's where it starts. It's an inside job.
Got it. And Crystal, thinking about the oral microbiome. So we talk about skin, we talk about digestion, but I think very few people know that it really begins in the mouth. What can you tell me about that?
Yes, so the mouth is possibly most obviously the primary entry point into our bodies, from our mouths to the gut, and of course affecting the rest of our health and our skin. And it is home to about 700 species of bacteria, predominantly good bacteria. Of course, there are a few bad guys in there. And it's when you have the dysbiosis, oral microbiome dysbiosis, that you get problems or trouble in the mouth. And so I will speak to the two biggest things that we as human beings are all afflicted with: gum disease and tooth decay. Gum disease basically being our body's immune response to certain bad bacteria, and it can be as seemingly benign as your gums bleed when you brush or floss to as severe as all of your teeth are falling out. It afflicts over half of all adults. Tooth decay is the most prevalent chronic disease globally. And when I say tooth decay, I mean cavities. And so between those two diseases, there's a good chance that the majority of us in this room have been afflicted by either one or both of these conditions. So as a dentist and as a creator of products, I'm just really working on helping people manage this dysbiosis and prevent and manage diseases as a result of it. And it's really interesting, the conversation around ancient practices, because TCM and Ayurveda did know something about maintaining balance. They had these practices of tongue scraping and oil pulling, both of which now there's evidence to indicate that they actually have measurable positive health benefits for one's health and overall health. It actually inspired some of my product development. So, for example, coconut oil pulling is actually trending right now, and it actually has some antimicrobial properties, not the kind a standard mouthwash, alcohol-based mouthwash would probably do too much and dry out your mouth, but coconut oil will actually inhibit cavity-causing bacteria while sparing the good bacteria and helping maintain microbial diversity in one's mouth. So our floss has coconut oil in it, but it's also really scrubby to remove plaque biofilm. I made a toothpaste. I also included coconut oil, but also wanted to include ingredients that supported the oral microbiome. I've seen thousands of mouths and patients and their mouths, and I can tell you all firsthand that when people address issues in their mouth, you do see changes in their whole body, and also vice versa. When I see people address their health, I see changes in their mouths as well. And I think in beauty especially, we're especially fixated on bright white smiles, and certainly those are beautiful, and beauty translates to confidence and self-esteem, which translates to emotional wellness. But people are not really connecting everything, because this dysbiosis in one's mouth actually is related to other diseases like heart disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's disease, pregnancy complications, and again, it's all via bacteria, right? So this is a really important conversation to have, and of course, there's the obvious part of it, what we put into our mouths, whether it's nourishing foods or junk foods, these will all, of course, play a role. So the mouth has a big role to play here.
It all begins with the mouth. So with any science, there's always new advancements that are really exciting. And of course, AI is a really big one for you. Tell me a little bit about how you're using artificial intelligence to power your microbiome research.
We use it in two ways. First, it's more like a research work that we are doing, because if you look at the skin segmentation today, we see a lot on the shelf, like oily skin, dry skin, combination skin, and then sensitive skin. But sensitive skin is 70% of us, so it's almost universal. And so the research we are doing first is we're using unsupervised machine learning by taking all the microbiome data we collect, whether it's for the face, scalp, oral, or over body area, to understand how we all differentiate through the microbiome, to understand what's our segmentation based first on those biological information. And from that, we are building clusters and training personalized tool that we call a classifier. That's a way to work. And to go a step further, we're also building predictive model to understand what ingredient, formula, or regimen will actually rebalance those specific profile based on the microbiome to really build the future of product innovation in our field. And that's what's really fascinating, because we are still so early, so at the beginning, and there's so much to uncover. It's the beginning of a long and fascinating journey.
So from everything we've discussed today, we know that consumers are very interested in wellness, and that microbiome will probably be a big part of that. For brands that are thinking, okay, it's time for us to start playing in the microbiome space, we need a product or a service, something that touches this. What are going to be the challenges that they're going to run into? Is it more the regulatory side of things, the expense? Tell me, maybe if we start with you, Nigma.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of substantiation claims that are going to be the issue, as well as, overages in products. People are going to be checking, is what you say in your product. There's no regulation with the FDA. So, companies can, spit out X amount of ingredients, but how do we know that that ingredient is actually in the product? And also there's therapeutic range index, right? So how much of that ingredient is enough? And then having a doctor background, having someone like a naturopathic doctor, be behind the brand, because those are the experts in ingestible beauty and supplements, and just making sure that we cover all those bases. And I think those are areas that are certainly needed in the space.
Crystal, what about you? What challenges do you see ahead for them?
Primarily limited understanding from the consumer, so they don't know what they should be looking for, and anything that says probiotic or gut, they say, oh, I need that, but how do we know if it's good for you? Because someone in here mentioned there isn't a one size fits all, and actually I love what Elsa's doing, because I think she might have a solution to that, but it should be individualized.
Also, same for you, maybe the consumer fatigue, people just kind of getting bombarded with claims. Like, what challenges do you see?
Yes, I think the big challenge, and it's interesting to see how like Gen Z and Gen Alpha are going, like when they say they will call out brands, do their research, try to see what's the science behind the claim. If you want to build a product focused on the microbiome, don't think you should just put like a probiotic and mix it in an emulsion. It's microbiome is here to stay. It's not a trend. It's a scientific advancement, both in the medical field and the beauty field now. So it's about really doing your research, understanding the ingredients you use, trying to understand what impact they'll have, if you can afford it, to do your clinical test or in vitro test, but to really have the data to back up your claim. And if you're into personalization, I would really recommend to go beyond, just doing a quiz, because we see half of us actually don't know our skin type, so it means that there's a lot of false results without us knowing, and I think leading to more maybe skin issues. So looking at our biology first when we try to build more personalized solution is, I believe, the future.
And from the consumer's point of view, when they're choosing a new skincare product or a supplement, whatever it may be, do you think they are really motivated by the specific modalities and the techniques of the microbiome? Are they looking for those claims, or do they just want something that works and however it works is good? Maybe, Crystal, if you start.
Yeah, again, I think because the consumers don't yet know what to look for themselves individually, they're going to look for social proof. So they're looking for, does it have hundreds of 5-star reviews, or what did my coworker say about this product? I think that will carry a lot of weight for people, at least for now.
I think people are looking for immediate gratification. Mm-hmm. They want to see that the product is efficacious. They want to know that there's research behind it, that it's been, third-party tested. But really, does the product actually work? Because in the end, that's, you can have all the marketing you want for a product, but if the product doesn't actually work, then you're going to lose your consumer.
So?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with what you said, and I would re-emphasize that people want clinical efficacy, and we talked about it a lot during the forum. And I think the issue with microbiome at the beginning, like when it started some years ago in the beauty, is that it was not linked to efficacy, but more to a new scientific concept, and it was very hard to educate the consumer about that. But now we see more and more brands that are bridging the gap between clinical efficacy, microbiome result, and actually when you get good clinical outcome, often you see also a positive result on the microbiome.
And Nigma, we were talking a little bit last night. There's so much research all of you have from your practices and from your own learnings. How do you kind of take all of that and make it understandable to the consumer, and also communicate it in a way where you're not dumbing it down so much that it's not actually truthful anymore?
I think there's a lot of jargon used in marketing, and I think we have to send a very clear message to the consumer. And it has to be clear enough because, you know, the word microbiome on its own is quite, you know, intimidating. And we know everybody knows gut. You know, gut is you know, everybody knows the gut. But the microbiome and, you know, maybe putting it in bite sizes and, you know, giving examples and analogies that, you know, can make it more understandable for the consumer. And also, like, differentiating your brand versus another brand in terms of, you know, okay, this is the strain I'm using for this probiotic. These are the research, you know, over 50 years of research for this particular, you know, I created a probiotic that has over 50 years of research. So for me, research-driven products are super important as being a naturopathic doctor and making sure that the products are efficacious and they're safe and they're effective.
And thinking ahead to the future, I'm sure there is so much more development to come. The AI portion sounds fascinating, but when you kind of look in your crystal ball, what developments are you really excited about, Krista? Is there anything that's coming up on the horizon that you're keen to understand more about or you think the consumer will really appreciate?
I am also likewise very interested to see how AI can help me and, you know, delivering what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help people achieve healthy smiles for life because, you know, we all would like to keep our teeth for the rest of our lives. But I also realize I need to understand the consumer. And I feel like I was quite successful at doing it in private practice because I have these relationships with my patients. I get to know them, I understand what motivates them and drives them. And that made me an effective dentist because then they follow my recommendations for them. But how do I do that with my consumer that's meeting our brand online? So that is a challenge. I'm hopeful that AI will help me.
Now, I'm sure all three of you are constantly getting approached by brands and other companies that want to work with you and kind of leverage your expertise. What do they need to know before they start working with a microbiome expert, and kind of how do you like to be approached? I mean, Elsa, tell me.
Me, the first question I have is always, who's your target audience? What problem are you trying to solve? Because I want to understand where the microbiome is going to fit into it and do I have any data or any understanding of that specific target? And for example, with the brand Freaks of Nature, who's targeting athletes, as a scientist, it was very interesting because athletes suffer so much from their skin health, from like outdoor exposure, sports, friction, that understanding how their microbiome could be affected was really a very interesting challenge. But often brands don't always have that answer about who's your target, and I think that's really what you should be asking yourself first.
Yeah, know your market. And Crystal, what about you?
What was the question?
What do they need to know if a brand or a company wants to partner with you and leverage your expertise? Is there a particular way that you like to be approached, or what do they need to know about the oral microbiome?
Well, I mean, as an individual, it's good to generally know your own history. As a brand, I guess, you know, if a brand started to partner with us, I mean, we'd be curious to know about, you know, the identity of their consumer, their customer. I mean, that's a tricky question for me, though, because really, I believe that oral health is for all. As I say, you know, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Like, I really want everyone to be brushing their teeth and flossing. Very basic, very basic. And I'm still working on that. The minority of people floss their teeth.
And Nigma, what about you? What do brands need to know?
I think for me, it's looking at the underlying cause. You know, that is what I would ask them, is that let's look at the underlying cause versus putting a Band-Aid approach on top and individualizing treatments for individualizing treatments for patients. I do a stool test on every patient. So if you're ever a patient, you're gonna have to do a poop test for me. So because that's how we can, you know, really see what's happening for that individual person. So it is all about looking at the root cause and personalized medicine.
I don't think anyone's going to top that, so we'll leave it there.
I will raise my hand and say, when I first met Nigma 15 years ago, she had me do a poop test. Since then, I have done multiple poop tests, but they have all been extremely helpful in diagnosing my own issues with microbiome. And I think, you know, what's really interesting about how the wellness space and some of the conversations that we've had is shaping this whole idea of personalization. That everyone's wellness journey is individual to them. Of course, there are, you know, general rules and principles that we all have to keep in mind, but personalization is key to optimization. Our next speaker has been in the wellness space for almost 20 years. Before wellness became a buzzword, he has witnessed the transformation of an industry focused on senior people, trying to focus on the end of their lives, to one today that is focused on people at the peak of their lives, looking to achieve optimal health. Alejandro Bataller is the vice president of Shaw Wellness, a family-owned wellness and hospitality company with destinations in Alicante, Spain, Cancun, Mexico, and starting in 2026, in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. The business was founded on the principle that true wellness must be customized to the individual in order to reach an optimal state of health. Shaw Wellness has a holistic approach that incorporates both Eastern and Western medicine, and which is grounded in data and diagnostics. Alejandro will talk to us about what the past, present, and future of wellness looks like as attitudes towards longevity continue to shift. Please welcome Alejandro to the stage.
Thank you so much.
Well, first of all, I have to thank Alejandro because he got my call about a week ago.
Yes.
And flew from Madrid for 24 hours to be here with us.
I'm a bit jet lagged, so be patient with me.
Okay, we'll be patient. I wanted to start with the history of Shaw Wellness. I had the absolute pleasure and fascination to come to the Alicante, Spain location last summer. And I just, you and I had this like pretty incredible lunch actually, where you told me the history of the founding of this business. Before, as I said, before wellness was this buzzword and this like bustling industry. How did Shaw Wellness come to life?
Well, hello everyone. We're born in Argentina. So our nutrition was the opposite of what we are doing now, as you can imagine. Very strict Argentinian diet.
Lots of meat.
Lots of meat. And usually in the first half of your life, you feel that whatever you do, whatever you eat or drink, doesn't impact significantly your health and well-being. And it's usually on the second half when you start feeling the consequences. And even then, most of people doesn't relate it. They think it's just genetics or statistics, bad luck. No? And this is what happened to my father. After many years of suffering health issues, mainly related with his digestive system, he was diagnosed with a cancer 22 years ago, a colon cancer. And a friend of ours told us about a doctor who was specialized in integrative medicine, very focused on nutrition. And when you have such a worrying diagnosis, you are more open about trying new things. He went to visit this doctor, and he changed completely his diet, his lifestyle. My brothers and I, we were a bit skeptic on the beginning on him putting all his confidence chance on a lifestyle change. And we were the first one to be amazed when he came back like 6 to 8 weeks later for a medical checkup. And doctors didn't found any trace of the original diagnosis. They told him it was a spontaneous remission, like a case, it can happen every 1,000 of cases.
A miracle.
A miracle, but of course, when you do something about it, you always connect the two factors.
So just to bring that to life a little, you talked about this lifestyle change. What was the lifestyle change from, and what was the lifestyle change to?
Okay. So, of course, before we were having red meat on a daily basis, as I would say majority of Argentinians do, and red wine, Malbec, dulce de leche. I'm sure you're familiar with that part of the equation.
Wine,
meat,
and dulce
dairy,
de leche.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
And basically was avoiding processed food, dairy, caffeine, meat, and focusing on mainly a plant-based, incorporating some elements that are not so common on our nutrition that can help you to digest better. Of course, he changed his lifestyle. He started to exercise, to meditate, to practice yoga. So that was pretty much the change. And this was very eye-opening for us. After seeing the results on my father, I went to visit the same expert. And I've been suffering around 10 years of very strong migraines. I went to a top neurologist in Spain. I was taking daily medication, not seeing any evolution. And when I went to visit him, changed my diet, and in a couple of weeks, I lost 8 kilos that I needed to lose, and headaches were gone. So basically, he told me it was related with an excess of toxins in my body, very related with my liver. And he was giving me the example that is, if you have a problem with your car, you take it to the garage, and you tell the mechanic to turn off the red pilot instead of seeing what the problem is. And is what we many times do in our approach to medicine, no? Focus on sick care instead of health care. So we are not physicians in the family. We became so passionate about it that we understood this as a signal. On a time, as you say, that wellness wasn't as popular as it is nowadays. And we said, this is what we want to focus our life. No, it was like finding a purpose.
That's an amazing, I mean, one of the best ways to understand the power of some of the things that people have been talking about today is to experience the own change in your health. So one of the things that you and I also discussed at that lunch was the kind of underlying philosophy of what Shah Wellness is about. This idea of the difference between lifespan and health span, the difference between healthcare and sick care. What does that look like? So talk about the philosophy that underpins the experience that someone like me or another guest or patient has at Shah Wellness.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, in the last century, we've been able to duplicate our life expectancy. But the problem is that at least the last third part of our life, we are suffering a poor health. And 75 to 80% of the diseases we are suffering are preventable. So if I ask in this already very conscious room, if you would like to live up to 120 years, usually many people say, no, I don't want to live 120 because you are thinking you're going to be suffering depending on others, and who wants to live more in that condition, no? But if I tell you that you can reach that 100 years can be the new 60s, and you can be enjoying life, doing whatever you like to do, enjoying your dear ones, then the situation changes. So basically, we have kept the same approach in terms of medicine that we have on the 20th century, on the 21st century. And the conversation is still being on sick care instead of being on health care. And the problem is the number of people who are ill are growing much faster than the number of health professionals. We expect that for 2030, we're going to have a shortfall of 18 million physicians in the world. So the medicine is being every time more reactive and less proactive. So if we think, is it the world getting healthier or not? The truth is, majority of us in this room, we live in a bubble. And in that bubble, we see that the people is curious and they want to learn more about it and they have more knowledge, which is the key to take care of your health and well-being. But if you look at world data, you see that unfortunately cancer continues growing, heart diseases, diabetes, neurological diseases, and on the same side you see that drugs consumption, medicinal drugs, alcohol, processed food is growing in the same direction. No? So basically, many of the problems that we are suffering are related with body inflammation. And it's about knowledge, and the knowledge starts, of course, with the physicians. So basically nowadays, physicians only see 1 day on nutrition, 1 day of tuition on nutrition in the whole career.
Say that again?
Physicians nowadays only dedicate 1 day of tuition, of education on nutrition. They dedicate, over 50% of physicians has no education on exercise, on the importance of remaining active. They only see 3 hours in the whole career on healthy sleep, on how sleep can impact your health and well-being. So even if you are lucky enough to meet a doctor who recommends you to live a healthier life, most of them won't have the knowledge to tell you what you need to do. No? So basically...
And they won't have the latest and greatest insights, knowledge, up-to-date information, because they're only dedicating a small portion of their professional practice to informing themselves. I get it.
And the change of paradigm that we are seeing, I have to say, is being led by society. It's being led by the patients. And the pandemic that we've gone through has accelerated that. No? People are looking for a solution, and when they go to their MD, they're starting to ask, what should I do in terms of lifestyle? So the same doctors are starting to see that a change is needed. No?
And those of us, who participate in a public healthcare system, as we have in Europe, in the UK, in Canada, you get 10 minutes. You can barely address, one issue in that 10-minute consultation, right?
It's fantastic to see how some institutions as Harvard, as Mayo Clinic, 10 years ago were not open for integrative medicine, and now they're incorporating in their research, in their offer, integrative medicine. So,
and when you talk about integrative medicine, you mean the blend of Eastern and Western medicine?
Yes, definitely. At the end of the day, scientific medicine, of course, it's key. The point is how we can combine that scientific approach that is key for sick care with a more holistic approach that is key for healthcare, which is what we've been working at for 20 years at SHA. It is challenging, and it's challenging to replicate it, to escalate it, because you need a level of coordination. You first need health experts that have this global and integrated vision on health. Then you need a level of coordination. You've been there, no? You are seeing, our guests are coming for 8, 9, 10 days. You may be seeing 40, 50 different people.
I think 40 or 50 appointments I had. Yeah.
And our goal is not just that you don't get any contradictory message. Our goal is that you don't get the same question asked twice, no? And to achieve that, not only at SHA, to achieve that on any health institution is tremendously challenging. We all had the experience going to same medicine, same specialist, and you find different diagnoses. And the patient is lost, doesn't know what to do.
Yeah. Well, for me, one of the most exciting bits was, you see this little, this is not here by accident. That was the diagnostic phase. So on the first day, there was like a battery of tests. I mean, I have never been poked and prodded and scanned, and the number of tests and samples and poop samples and every kind of sample that I had in that period, and all of that data was then made available to every single specialist that I saw. Why and how have you integrated so much diagnostic into the process?
Here we're talking about optimization. No? Let's say there are basically 3 different levels. No? One is what we are at the moment, majority of society, which is fighting against being sick, against disease. No? Second level will be doing the basics right. And that's basically education. And that should be accessible for anyone, which we're talking about the pillars: nutrition, exercise, active living, sleep, rest. And then if you follow, for example, what is happening at the Blue Zones, they talk about 2 other very important aspects, which is to have a purpose in life, and then belonging, no? The social component that is key for human beings. No? So that's doing the basic rights. But then there is the third level, which is how I can take advantage of all the scientific knowledge and all the holistic knowledge to unlock my best version for optimization at any stage of your life, which is where we are focusing at SHA. So that needs to start with diagnosis. But it's a diagnosis that it's not so focused on finding a disease as it would be a medical checkup on any health institution. It's more focused on how you can optimize your health. So we are measuring things that usually you won't see on a medical checkup, from physical stress, mental stress, cognitive capacity. We are using a technology that can do, I don't know if you tried when you were there, it's a brain mapping.
Oh,
we are
yeah,
able to
I
see
had
the performance of each area of your brain. And then we complement this with genetic testing, hormonal testing, dysbiosis, microbiota. And then you see on the screen all the opportunities that you have to optimize, to improve your health. So we built a very results-driven, very data-driven experience where you can see at the beginning and at the end of the stay how your values, your health values, your biomarkers are evolving.
So I mentioned in the introduction that you started with the location in Spain, which mostly served people from Europe, some North Americans, some Asians. Then you've recently opened here in North America, in Cancun, Mexico, and in 2026 you're opening in Abu Dhabi. I'm curious, with your very unique vantage point on seeing customers interested in optimizing their wellness from all these different parts of the world, have you noticed any patterns or specificities on, say, what South Asians or East Asians or Europeans or North Americans or South Americans, what patterns do you see in terms of what priorities people have, or what you're diagnosing in people from these different parts of the world?
Well, I would say that on any nationality you find usually two kinds of people. One kind of people is the guests that come to properties like Shah, looking more for a temporary remedy, for a temporary detox. They're not planning to make any significant changes on their lifestyle. They go there to lose a few kilos, to detox, and then they continue with their lives. The second kind of people is people who are already health conscious and they're looking to evolve on their health path. They are very conscious that they are the first responsibles on their health, and they want to learn more and continue evolving. In Shah, we've managed to have, I would say, 80-90% of this second group, which is what we love as a brand, no? Because you can see the evolution, and we have over 50% of repeat guests, people who are coming usually on an annual basis. In terms of markets and nationalities right now, wellness industry is being led by basically 3 regions in the world, which is Asia, Europe, and United States. And the 3 of them have very different approaches to health and well-being. Now many properties, they all say we do 360, we do everything, because they see there is a trend on this direction. But the truth is, holistic, let's say Asian properties are very strong on the holistic components, on Chinese medicine, on Ayurvedics, and usually they have great service. It has a more spiritual connotation, but usually they're not that much strong on the scientific side. Europe is a bit of the opposite. It's very focused on scientific well-being, medical well-being, the use of technology. I would say that perhaps Europeans rely more on technology, on advances for their well-being. And this can be also tagged as lazy somehow, no? And then I would say that Americans are more focused on no pain, no gain, no? On exercise, hiking, boot camp, amazing variety of fitness activities. But also it's more difficult to find this balance in US soil between the scientific and the holistic approach. And this is what we're trying to bring to the Americas, no? Even if the Cancun may not sound as a typical wellness destination, we are in Costa Mujeres, that is 45 minutes north of Cancun. But we are merging that concept that makes us well known in Europe, in the American continent.
Okay. I just wanted to conclude by quickly touching on this point about access and education, which you mentioned, which also came up early on in the session, which is, in a way, places like Shah are for the privileged few, right? It's, there's There's accessibility issues in terms of price, in terms of location. What advice do you have for like other wellness practitioners, and even maybe for your own practice? How do we make the wellness industry, some of these like really core learnings and insights, available to more people?
Mm-hmm. I think to remain with a genuine purpose is key. We should avoid the mistakes that we've seen in other industries, as food industry or pharmaceutical industry. No, we are seeing that there is a wellness boom in the world, and sometimes it's getting a bit too commercial. No? So first is keeping that genuine purpose, and when you have that genuine purpose, I would say it's a challenge that we need to pursue, even if we are focused on an approach, as you say, that is not for everyone, as is the case at SHA, how we can make this knowledgeable available to all sectors of society, how to go mainstream. The truth is, if you see what is happening on the blue zones, where you have the biggest concentration of centenaries in the world, the truth is these people doesn't have top anti-aging doctors, the people doesn't have access to state-of-the-art fitness facilities, but they're living longer than the rest of the world. And that gives us an amazing example on how doing the basics right should be accessible for everyone. But again, knowledge is power, and the key is in education. So I think that everyone that we have understood well this privileged, valuable message, we have the responsibility of sharing it with the society through books, through documentaries, through events like this. So there will be people that won't be able to access to a facility as SHA, but they should understand. And when you think, for example, about nutrition, if you think about rice, lentils, about cereals, there is a big percentage. If you think about going to the supermarket, if you take off alcohol, if you take off meat, if you take off processed food, and you add some vegetables, at the end of the day, I assure you, people think that eating healthier is more expensive. I think at the end of the day, it's having the knowledge to make the wise choices in life.
Okay. Alejandro, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Imran. Thank you. Thank you. Such a pleasure. Thank you.
It's time for our final talk. We've been spending much of this session talking about the wellness revolution, but Deepak Chopra has been at the forefront of this revolution. He popularized many of the practices, such as meditation and mindfulness, that have become part of the mainstream wellness conversation. We were honored to have him speak at BOF Voices 2023, and he kindly accepted our invitation to join us here in Napa to close the Business of Beauty Global Forum. As a global leader and pioneer in the field of mind-body medicine, Deepak is here to talk to us about longevity and the tools we all hold to achieve it. And if we're lucky, he might lead us all in a shared practice together. Please welcome the absolutely inspirational, pioneering Deepak Chopra.
Thank you, Imran, and thank you for being here. I'm not only the final speaker, I'm probably chronologically the oldest. I said chronologically, not biologically or psychologically or spiritually. There are all kinds of aging, physical or biological age, chronological age, psychological age, and of course, spiritual age. And I also want to make a distinction between what we call wellness. We've been talking about wellness all day, which is appropriate, but also something called well-being. The two are not the same thing. Okay, so wellness is all these biometrics. I'm a geek too. So you can see I have everything being measured right now, including my metabolic profile. I have haptics and all kinds of technologies. And if you look at the last 5-10 years, wellness has taken a leap. If you want to summarize the basic revolutions in the last decade, and they're not necessarily in order of importance, but I'll just list them. Artificial intelligence. It's a huge revolution. My next book is about that. It's called Digital Dharma, how to use AI to elevate spiritual intelligence and also personal well-being. So AI is a huge revolution. It's going to take a quantum leap in our wellness. Second is gene editing. It's already here. It's approved for sickle cell anemia and a couple of neurological diseases, but soon gene editing will be available for everything, including cancer, etc. So metaphorically speaking, the way gene editing works is you'll be literally able to read the barcode of a gene through your iPhone. You'll be able to delete the gene that's abnormal, mutated gene, and you'll be able to cut and paste genes like you cut and paste your emails. Huge revolution. The third revolution, and while it's a huge revolution, it'll apply only to 5% of all disease. Because of the third revolution, which is epigenetics. So epigenetics, according to our current understanding of epigenetics, less than 5% of disease is due to gene mutations that are fully penetrant, which means they guarantee the disease. Somebody has a BRCA gene, like say Angelina Jolie had, then she did the appropriate thing, she had a preventive mastectomy. For that, gene editing will work. But 95% of diseases are determined epigenetically, even those who have mutations. Epigenetic means that every experience you have, eating, breathing, digestion, metabolism, elimination, thoughts, feelings, relationships, emotions, imagination, all of that changes the activity of your genes, for good or for better. So if you're feeling a joyful, energetic body, love and compassion heart, clear, quiet mind, lightness of being, then your genes turn on in the direction of homeostasis, of self-regulation, or healing, for lack of a more popular word. Homeostasis, self-regulation is healing. Your genes will switch on in that direction. If you're feeling threatened in any way, if you have perception of threat, emotional, psychological, physical, then the genes will turn on in the direction of inflammation. During the COVID pandemic, we used AI actually to see who was getting sick and who was not getting sick, who was dying. And in every case, there was sympathetic overdrive. There was inflammation, there was stress, there was depression, there was anxiety, guilt, humiliation, you name it. But that was the underlying factor. And that leads to something called sympathetic overdrive. But those who had learned to activate the parasympathetic nervous system, particularly what we now call vagal stimulation, they weren't getting sick. They didn't have the inflammatory storms, nor did they have the morbidity and mortality. So epigenetics is the third revolution. The fourth is, I would say, the consciousness revolution, understanding that going back to the source of experience, which is something that people are now recognizing as pure consciousness, leads to what in the 80s I wrote a book called An Ageless Body and a Timeless Mind. That's the spiritual approach. So the consciousness revolution is huge right now. More and more people are actually beginning to understand what consciousness is as opposed to conscious experience. If you go on the internet and you ask the following question, what are the 125 open questions in science? The first two always, what's the universe made of? What's the universe made of? You think we know what the universe is made of. Force fields, gravity, atoms, molecules. That's less than 0.01% of the universe, just so you know. So we don't know what the universe is made of, although I have a solution for that, but I don't have time to talk about it today. And the second open question is, what's the biological basis of consciousness? Which is also the wrong question, because there's no biological basis of consciousness. Biology is an experience in consciousness. How do you know you have a biology? Because you're aware of it. Okay, so those are the big revolutions that are happening. And so we can look forward to not only longevity, but health span. We did a longevity retreat in the year 2014, where in 1 week, we saw the level of the enzyme telomerase go up by 40%. Telomerase is the enzyme that controls the length of telomeres, which measures your biological age. So 40%. And we had a Nobel laureate, Elizabeth Blackburn, as part of our study. And she was surprised. She didn't know what a longevity retreat was, but the results of the study convinced her to write a book called The Telomere Effect. So this is the revolution, health span. We know that biologically, according to the Hayflick limit, you should be able to live up to 120 years in good health and die in meditation by choice, not due to a disease. 5% is genetically determined, 95% is epigenetic. If you take care of all that, then you shouldn't die of a disease. You should die by choice in meditation, which is what the Eastern wisdom traditions say. Okay, you say, been there, done that, celebrate, go into the big meditation and take a final exit. These days, everybody's talking about their exits, but the final exit is the most important, I think. And if your final exit is not joyful, what's the point of living? Okay, so for me, health span is just those four things. Joyful, energetic body on a scale of 1 to 10. If you even intuitively feel your body is joyful, energetic, and you say 8, 9, 10, you're thriving. 6 and 7, you're struggling in some area. Less than 5, you're suffering. You probably have a disease already. And this is well-established data, by the way. So joyful, energetic body, loving, compassionate heart, clear, reflective, quiet mind, and lightness of being, lightness of spirit, lighter than a feather. You know, I was just in Egypt last week, and I went to the museum. And of course, they have this Egyptian myth that when you die and you go to wherever the pharaohs believed you went, they would take your heart and they would compare it with the feather of an ostrich. And if your heart was lighter than the feather of the ostrich, you had a good exit. Okay. So if we look at the 8 limbs of what is called Raj Yoga, which roughly translated in English is called the Royal Yoga, 8 limbs, and you look at Ayurveda, you have a complete package of longevity and health span. The 8 limbs of Royal Yoga or Raj Yoga are number 1, Yama, which is roughly translated as social intelligence. Niyama, roughly translated as emotional intelligence. Asana, which everybody knows, asana, they go to yoga studios. But the real purpose of asana is to understand that your body is not made of physical matter, but is a field of awareness. So asana literally means a seat of awareness. Each posture gives you a certain mode of knowing and experience in awareness. And ultimately, you understand that your body is not made of molecules. It's actually made of sensations, sense perceptions, images, feelings, and thoughts. That's how we know we have a body. The molecule part comes as a human construct for experience. So science models experience, creates models of experience, and spirituality goes directly to experience in the form of sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts. That's all we experience, by the way. Sensations, images, feelings, thoughts. If you can think of anything else, please come here and give the rest of this talk. And so if we know how to modulate sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts, we understand the body as a field of awareness. So that's the third principle of Royal Yoga. The fourth is pranayama, which is breath control to influence the autonomic nervous system. With your breath, you can influence any activity in your body, any activity. And I mean that, any activity. You can cool the body, you can warm the body, you can energize the body, you can calm the body, you can do anything just through breath. Okay, so that's the fourth limb. The fifth is called pratyahara, but it is now being called by scientists, being called interoceptive awareness, so proprioceptive and visceroceptive awareness, learning how to tune in to the body, listen to what's happening inside your body, and then learning to regulate that through various techniques. So that's called pratyahara, withdrawal of the senses, and then turning the senses inward. That's the fifth, no, whatever, fifth. And then the last three are the most important: dharana, focused intentionality; dhyan, meditation; and samadhi, transcendence. That's all of Royal Yoga. Okay? Combine that with Ayurveda, which is daily and seasonal routines, nutrition, and micronutrients, which are now being, promoted as longevity molecules or signal molecules or adaptogens. So there's a big repository of knowledge on adaptogens, and some of them you've heard about: ashwagandha, shatavari, etc. But they are different than the signal molecules that you're hearing about these days, like quercetin, fisetin, and nicotinamide nucleotide, etc. And you use both of them as one ages, because the lining of our stomach gets thicker as we age, and so it's difficult to absorb micronutrients from your food. So it's always a good idea to add micronutrients. And the other revolution I didn't mention, it was the topic of a previous talk, the microbiome. The skin microbiome, the gut microbiome, and of course, brain health. And there is a connection between your skin microbiome, your gut microbiome, and your brain. So you combine that, all of this, you have the perfect recipe to live 120 years and have a good exit. And I mean that. I really mean that on a practical level. I'm going to be 78 this year, and I can guarantee you that my biological age is about half that. And it's measurable with all these things these days. There's nothing that you can't measure. Everything is measurable. So with that, what I'd like to do is have you just close your eyes for a moment and take you through an experience. I see I have 30 seconds left, so give me 3 minutes, okay? or 4 minutes, or 5 minutes. Okay, so close your eyes and we'll go through a little practice, okay? So first, focus on your breath. Just be aware of your breath. You don't have to do anything, just be aware of your breath. Okay. Of course, I mentioned there are hundreds of breathing practices, but to be aware of your breath is the first thing. Bringing awareness to your breath slows it down. And when you deepen it and you prolong the exhale, you activate your vagus nerve. Okay, so now take a deep breath in. Count 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhalation a little longer than the inhalation. I do the same thing every day, but I prolong it even more. So I inhale to the count of 6, exhale to the count of 12, hold to the count of 12, and inhale to the count of 6. That is 2 breaths a minute. And when you breathe 2 breaths a minute, you actually activate the vagus nerve in the direction of an ageless body, timeless mind. This is called the longevity breath. Okay, just a very basic technique. Exhale to inhale. Prolong your exhalation. Inhale, and then prolong it again. Okay, now bring your awareness to your heart in the middle of your chest. And let's do a little bit of reflection. Who am I? What am I? Am I the changing body, or am I the awareness in which the body is a changing experience? Don't try to answer the question. Just ask the question. Am I the changing body, or am I the awareness in which the body is a changing experience? Am I the changing mind? Or am I the awareness in which the changing mind is an experience? Once again, am I the changing mind, or am I the awareness in which the mind is a changing experience? Who or what am I? Not trying to answer the question, but being aware of any sensation, any image, any feeling, any thought that spontaneously comes to you. Who am I? What am I? The changing body and mind, or the awareness in which the body and mind are a changing experience? Second reflection. What do I want? What is my deepest desire? Again, not looking for an answer, but being aware of any sensation, any image, any feeling, any thought that spontaneously comes. What is my deepest desire? What do I want? Third reflection, what is my purpose? Why do I do what I do? Again, not looking for an answer, but allowing any sensation, any image, any feeling, any thought that spontaneously arises. What is my purpose? And fourth and final reflection, what am I grateful for? Gratitude will open the door for you. What am I grateful for? Allowing any sensation, any image, any feeling, any thought. What am I grateful for? And now for the final part of our meditation, just repeat your name to yourself. I'm Deepak, I'm John, I'm Alice. And as you repeat your name to yourself, just tell yourself, that's my name, that's not who I am. So drop your name. And instead of saying I'm Deepak or Alice or John, say I am. with no name attached to it, no history, no memory, no past, no future. I am. I am. I am. Let's do that for a full minute. And finally, let that go. Let that phrase go. What's left? Awareness. So now, just rest in awareness. Be aware of being aware. Be aware of your own presence. Presence, being, awareness. Consciousness. Be aware of being aware. Just be aware of yourself. This is who we are. Awareness has no shape, no color, no texture, no form, but without it, there's no experience. Awareness has no age. Awareness is timeless mind. Rest in this awareness. Mind and body and the physical world are experiences in awareness. They are in time, but awareness is not in time. So rest in your timeless presence. Rest in your timeless presence. Now relax into your body. Relax into your body. And gently open your eyes. So, in the wisdom traditions of Vedanta, in the wisdom traditions of yoga, in the wisdom traditions of Kashmiri Shaivism and Buddhism, there are two phrases that are very important. The first is called Sat Chit Ananda. So Sat means timeless existence. Existence is timeless. Chit means timeless awareness. Awareness is timeless. Mind is in time, body is in time. Sat, timeless existence. Chit, timeless awareness. And Ananda, timeless joy. And the other phrase that is very popular in the same traditions is Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Satyam means timeless existence, Shivam means timeless awareness, and Sundaram means timeless beauty and love. Timeless beauty and love. So the great Indian sage Tagore said, "When I see beauty, I know it as love." And love is not a mere sentiment, it's the ultimate truth at the heart of creation. When we rest in awareness, we have found the Holy Grail. Beauty, love, awareness, and timeless existence. That is what it means to have an ageless body and a timeless mind. So before I close, did you find this useful? Little more enthusiasm? Yes. So let me ask you the same question, but do not answer. Okay? Do not answer till I raise my hand, then say, enthusiastically say yes. Okay? Did you find this useful? So the question is a thought. The answer is a thought. In between is you, awareness. And it's timeless. Spiritual traditions call it the soul. So that presence was there when you were a baby. Different body, different mind, same presence. It was there when you were a teenager. It's there now. It's there all the way to dusty death. And because it is not in time, it transcends birth and death. Okay, so there's nothing more useful than that. That silent mind. Rumi said, God's language is silence. Everything else is poor translation. So thank you for the poor translation.
If you have time for a couple of questions, sure. Yeah? If anyone has questions, please raise your hands. I will call on you in a minute. And if you have a question, try to keep it really short so we can fit in as many as possible. But while we're identifying where the questions are, please raise your hand if you have a question. When you were talking about sensations earlier, and then you obviously talked about awareness, I was thinking about two things in my own life. I did a Vipassana practice, which was all about sensations.
Absolutely.
And yesterday, when we did Manoj's breathwork class, which was really good, which is going to happen again after this session, I managed to get to the same sensations and awareness in 30 minutes as it took me 8 days in my Vipassana practice. Why did what explains that? It was the same like energetic force field thing that I felt, but one practice took me 8 days, and one took me 30 minutes.
And what was the 30-minute practice?
It's like an active breathwork class where you do belly, chest, release.
Okay, so that's interoceptive awareness, and that's much faster. But here is the key thing to remember, okay? What are the sensations we experience? Sensation of sound, sensation of texture, haptic sensations, sensation of color, shape, and form, sensation of taste, sensation of smell. The combination of these five sensations, sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell, is your body. That's how you know you have a body, or that's how you know you have a physical world. Then there are subtle sensations, and those are also sensations. Imagination. Think right now of a sunset on the ocean. You see an image? That's a subtle sensation, okay? Feelings, emotions are subtle sensations. We feel them. That's why we call them feelings. Okay, so think of someone you love right now, and then feel. That's a sensation. So emotions are sensations, images are sensations, thoughts are sensations, very subtle sensations. So in Ayurveda, the physical body is the five perceptual sensations, sound, touch, sight, and smell. The subtle body is mind, intellect, and ego, very subtle sensations. So this is called the karmic body or the conceptual body. The mental body is called mind, intellect, and ego. It's called the subtle body. And then there's a third body, and that is absence of all sensations, pure awareness. That's called Ananda Vayakosha, the joyful body. It's beyond the karmic body, beyond the mental body, and that's the soul body. So, what you experienced in that 5 minutes is something interoceptive, using the breath and the body to experience subtle sensations. So it was much more effective. But, Vipassana is, these days, everybody is using the word mindfulness. I don't like it personally. It implies a full mind, but that's besides the point. And awarefulness is a clumsy word. But Vipassana means insight. So insight is bringing presence to an experience. Whatever the experience is, you bring presence to it. When you bring presence to an object, it becomes beautiful. Any object. Look at the screen and bring your presence to it without analyzing it, and it's beautiful. Anything. When you bring presence to an object, that's called beauty. And when you bring presence to another being, that's called love. So love and beauty and presence go together.
Okay. Apparently we don't have time for questions now because they're talking in my ear, but I have one very last quick question for you. I understand you have a lot of diagnostics. Why do you need 2 Oura rings?
This is not an Oura ring.
Oh, okay.
This is called ultra-human.
Okay.
And it's actually a little bit beyond Oura.
Okay.
And this is called no watch because the only time is now.
Okay.
It doesn't give you any time, but it reminds you to be present, but it also does metrics. This is, of course, the iWatch, and this is measuring my metabolism right now.
Well, Deepika will be around for the rest of the day, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
All righty. Well, that marks the end of this year's edition of the Business of Beauty and Wellness Global Forum.
None of this would have been possible without the contributions of our speakers who generously shared their time and their insights. Thank you to each and every one of you. It was amazing to have you here.
We also want to thank our partners who support this event: Front Row, Unilever Prestige, Stanley Ranch, and Therabody, as well as our awards partner, Estee Lauder Company's new incubation ventures, and Sephora. And I'm sure you're all really looking forward to the announcement of who are the winners of the first ever Business of Beauty Global Awards. So that is happening at tonight's farewell celebration.
We also couldn't have done any of this without the BOF team, who has done an incredible job. I mean, incredible. Have you seen this place? They have worked across multiple time zones, across months. They're not just here, they're in London, they're in New York, they're everywhere. So please join us in congratulating them and thanking them.
I want to do, the whole BOF team works on this, but I want to do a special few shout outs. We have our events director, who, like Priya, is, I think, 8 months pregnant.
We're both 8 months pregnant.
In London, and she has been up all night.
Stephanie.
Watching along, so thank you, Stephanie. I hope you can see this. Isabel, Shu, and Neve, who work alongside Stephanie and our events team, have been absolutely instrumental in making everything happen. And there's the wonderful Priya Rao, who, as you know, is very pregnant. And I'd just like to invite whoever's here from the BOF team, come on stage so everyone can see you. Nick Blunden, that includes you. Yay! Lillian is still doing her job. Can you believe this event is only 2 years old? I am so proud of this team. We've worked really, really hard to bring this all together. And I hope that you'll come back and join us next year and bring a friend or two, because we're at the beginning of something I think is going to be really special. To all of you watching at home, if you weren't able to join for all of our talks, everything is available on demand exclusively for our BOF professional members. And with that, I bid you farewell until next time. Thank you.